Revelations on the rise. From the shadows, light emerges, breaking through the veils of dark. 0 points and gravity converge, yeah, guiding voices, revelation start. Ancient whispers call, they're begging us to open our eyes. We stand tall, defying all their lies. Living in now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power, revelations on the rise. Forbidden knowledge we dare to see, unveiling secrets, setting minds free. In this epic we play our part with fearless hearts. In and now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power, revelations on the rise.
I remember when we used to stand in the heart of the workers' plan. Obstacles weighed heavy on our backs, but unity's the strength they lack. Good friends we had and good friends we've lost, fighting battles at every cost. But through the struggle we raise our voice, in solidarity we made our choice. No union, no buy. No union, no buy. Hey little brother, don't you come by. No union, no buy. Our hands build the wealth they hold so tight, but together we reclaim our rights. No more silence, no more pain. In our unity there's everything to gain. We lift each other, we won't back down. From city streets to every town, the power's in the people's hands. No union, no buy. We take a stand. No union, no buy. No union, no buy. Hey little sister, raise your flag high. No union, no buy. All the tables are turning, the fire inside keeps burning. For the workers and the buyers, we're igniting freedom's fires. No union, no buy. No union, no buy. Together we'll rise and we won't deny. No union, no buy. No union, I remember when we used to stand with hope and strength, hand in hand. The struggle's hard, but we'll survive. No union, no buy.
It's investment for you, man.
You got the skills, you've got the drive, but your boss won't help you thrive. You work so hard, you give your best, but they're keeping all the rest. You don't have to stand alone. Together we're stronger, set the tone. Fair pay, fair rules, a safe place too. It all begins with me and you. Organize, unionize, it's your right, don't compromise. Not treated fair, don't stand despair. Raise your voice, it's time to care. Together we rise, we win the prize, because a union means we're unified. When you stand as one, you've got the power. You can make big change in just an hour. It's not just talk, it's taking a stand for better pay and a helping hand. It's not about fighting, it's about what's fair. Sharing the value of what's made there. If the boss says no, don't be afraid. Together we've got the tools to trade. Organize, unionize, it's your right, don't compromise. Not treated fair, don't stand despair. Raise your voice, it's time to care. Together we rise, we win the prize, because a union means we're unified. No more later, no more wait. To change the rules, create our fate. It's not just you, it's all of us. In solidarity we build the trust. Organize, unionize, it's your right, don't compromise. Not treated fair, don't stand despair. Raise your voice, it's time to care. Together we rise, we win the prize, because a union means we're unified. As a union means we're unified. The unified, the unified. Your voice matters, your worth matters. Together we can make it better.
In base lab alone with my mind. Stable theories, they all refuse to find. I've been working on energy for a brand new day, but even in the crowd, I'm still a castaway. Alienated from the A's of that adventure in disguise. Ideas ahead of time, dismissed with narrow eyes. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world you can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Talking about 0 point, the points lost on them. Kevin structures crumbling from the same old Sam. They laugh like I'm crazy, but I see it all so clear. Exploited labor, unheard injustice, burning ears. Fighting for a change in this wasteland of noise. But they call me foolish when I teach and boys. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world he can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Chasing revolutions in the darkest nights. A dreamer with vision beneath the laughter and noise. A future so bright waiting for the right choice. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world he can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice?
Testing 1 2. There we go. Alright, sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Beneficence TV Live, and welcome to a very special podcast extravaganza. As you'll notice, I have my Benefactor face mask on. You can get yours now in the Beneficence TV shop, the Streamlabs shop, linked into the description below. This design this mask was designed by my sister, so major shout out to my sister. She had this brilliant idea of putting the face on there, and it turned out amazing. So, sorry about that, my mic seems to glitch out sometimes, but we got it working. So, tonight we're bringing together two of our most important series. The Red Pill series, which is my own unique analysis, and the Benefactor's Guide to Free Energy Devices, for a no-holds-barred, mind-expanding special episode. We're not just talking theory. We're not just talking tech. We're putting the pieces together and exposing how the economic system we live under actively suppresses revolutionary scientific advancements, and more importantly, what we can do about it. The Red Pill series is my own personal Marxian analysis, exploring everything from socioeconomics to American politics and entertainment, breaking down the forces that shape our world and keep true progress in check. While the Benefactor's Guide to Free Energy Devices serves as a deep dive into the forbidden science, suppressed technologies, and groundbreaking innovations that challenge the status quo. Together, these series expose the hidden connections between economic control and scientific suppression, pulling back the curtain on the forces that dictate what breakthroughs see the light of day and which are buried. We'll also dive into the current events, breaking down the latest developments under the new Trump regime, or as some would like to call it, the United Corporations of America, and what these new developments could mean for our future. Plus, I'll also be sharing an exclusive theory on the man who survived 2 atomic bombs, weaving together both fringe science and sharp social commentary in a way you just won't hear anywhere else, uncovering a potential hidden chapter in history. So grab your popcorn, sit tight, and get ready for a revolution of revelation. Prepare to break free from the limits of conventional thinking as we take a deep dive into real philosophical exploration where science, history, and social commentary collide in a way you've never imagined. If you're interested in the intersection of science and philosophy, Beneficence TV is your one-stop shop. We got you covered on all areas of forbidden knowledge, from Marxism to zero-point energy, and my analysis encompasses a holistic view, not just a piece of it. So tonight we'll start with a director's commentary breakdown of the current American political and social landscape, cutting through the noise to show you the forces at play and the contradictions at the heart of the system. From here, we'll dive into the free energy technology and its suppression under capitalism, connecting the dots between economic control, technological gatekeeping, and the real reasons why innovation that could change the world is being buried. This isn't just another podcast about hidden tech or leftist critique. My analysis is the only one that's not only identifies the suppression of fringe science, but also prevents a legitimate, actionable solution to break that suppression. Open sourcing alone won't cut it. If we don't address the internal contradictions of capitalism, we're just setting ourselves up to repeat the same failures under what system replaces it. And yet, no one else is talking about these critical issues the way I am. This is the conversation that needs to happen. The revolution of energy and economics starts here, so let's get into it. First off, I want to go into a little explanation of why all this matters and why no one else is talking about it. It's easy to find people ranting about capitalism, right? It's also easy to find people hyping up free energy devices. But no one, literally nobody, is connecting the dots the way I am. Everyone either stops at critique or stops at innovation, never addressing the core contradiction that explains why technological progress is actively stifled. Most discussions about free energy assume that just making the technology public will be enough. That if we just open source everything, the world will magically change overnight. But that's a fantasy. Under capitalism, even open sourcing technology gets locked down, co-opted, or rendered useless by the economic forces that demand artificial scarcity. Just look at how corporate interests have hijacked renewable energy, turning it into just another profit-making scheme instead of a liberatory force. Likewise, the most leftist economic critiques never touch scientific suppression. They'll talk about labor, they'll talk about exploitation, but they won't ask why breakthrough technologies that could revolutionize energy production and material abundance are actively being buried. The reality is, if we don't change the underlying economic system, we will never see the full potential of these suppressed technologies. And when the system inevitably collapses under its own contradictions, the question is, what comes next? So if we don't get ahead of this, we'll just rebuild the same mistakes under a new name. That's why my analysis is so crucial. It's not just about exposing the suppression of free energy, it's about ensuring that when capitalism inevitably falls, the next system doesn't repeat its same failures. And yet nobody else is addressing this intersection of technology and economics with real, actionable solutions. This is the conversation that actually matters, and if we don't have it, we'll be stuck in the same cycle forever. Now, I need to address the red elephant in the room before we go into my director's commentary. On the subject of fake open-mindedness and intellectual cowardice. So here's where things get really frustrating for me. Some of you, who I consider friends and colleagues, and even so-called intellectuals, pretend to be open-minded. You claim to be interested in philosophy, claim to want deep discussions, but the second we start to talk about the most relevant and powerful critique of capitalism, specifically by Karl Marx, you suddenly get really uncomfortable. But I've seen it over and over again. It's nothing new to me. Instead of engaging, instead of asking real questions, you shut down. You stick your fingers in your ears like a child and go, "I'm not listening," because it doesn't align with what you've been conditioned to believe. You don't challenge the ideas, you don't try to disprove them, you just run away because the truth is too uncomfortable. And honestly, that's really regressive. It's closed-minded. It's an insult to me, someone who has put painstakingly effort into my work. I've done thorough research and built actual analysis grounded in reality. But if you're going to dismiss it, at least try to engage with it first. Because pretending to be open-minded while actively avoiding the most important philosophical critiques of our time isn't just hypocritical, it's intellectual cowardice. So if you're really here to learn, then listen. If you're not, then don't waste my time pretending that you care, only to dip out the second I mention Karl Marx. You know, the man whose philosophical ideas spread wider and faster than Christianity itself. But sure, go ahead, tell me he's irrelevant, while clinging to a system that's literally collapsing before your eyes. Marx laid out exactly what would happen over a century ago, and surprise, it's happening right now. If you refuse to engage with Marxism and bolt from the conversation the moment it comes up, then of course you're not going to understand what the hell is going on. You're not rejecting bad ideas, you're just refusing to think critically. I, in good conscience, cannot stand idly by while people I care about continue to preach virtues of open-minded discussion while operating within the realities of a closed-minded individual. That wasn't my vision when I started the Fringe think tank. Suffice it to say, I have no interest in engaging with fake, performative debate, nor will I entertain intellectual cowardice masquerading as neutrality. If the conversation isn't genuine, then it's just an exercise in reinforcing comfortable illusions. Then I simply cannot be a part of that tomfoolery. If you want to blame me and pretend that I'm the bad guy just because facing reality makes you uncomfortable, then go ahead. If it's easier for you to vilify me than to admit that the man you supported is a dictator actively destroying this country, or that the capitalist system you cling to is not the utopia you were promised, then by all means keep lying to yourself. But don't expect me to play along. As my sweatshirt says, Sorry for being blunt, but that's just how I roll. Now, we will jump into my entire episode of The Social Situation, Episode 3, covering American politics with commentary from me. For my videos, I take on the role of director, writer, producer, and yes, even the unappreciated intern.
Black Tuesday, the New York Stock Exchange.
Have you ever wondered why American politics is so funny?
All right, now, episode 3 of The Social Situation with director's commentary.
2016 has escalated into laughs.
Have you ever wondered why American politics is so funny?
2016 has escalated into laughs. From awkward air kissing to sniffing. The Donald's not allergic to kids. He actually signed one, but threatened to reassign a crying baby.
Don't worry about that baby. I love babies.
A minute later...
Actually, I was only kidding. You can get the baby out of here. What's your name?
Nay.
And then there was the childlike delight in balloons.
It seemed like he'd seen balloons for the first time in his life.
Why this dichotomy of left and right often plays out as nonsense.
Nevada.
At one rally...
Hey, get this thing out of here, will you?
Trump attacked his teleprompter. He publicly humiliated...
Like this stupid mic.
...his microphone.
Stupid mic keeps popping.
Remember when Hillary barked into her mic? Ow, ow, ow,
So silly.
Then this
Both
happened at a
sides.
Trump rally.
This is something you shouldn't do. What was that?
But why?
Is that a dog?
Why is it so silly?
It's Hillary.
Nonsense with little to no impact on the material conditions of everyday working people.
That's a good question. And I ask myself that too. Why can't I be rich? You look at me, I'm dirty. I work 10, 12
Now, that's
hours
a good
day when I take
philosophical
care of my
question.
family. At the end of the week, I'm broke.
Why?
Have you ever wondered why characters like Donald Trump and other celebrities have become increasingly more attractive compared to career politicians?
And on that ballot will be their names and mine.
As you probably could have guessed by this moment, I have decided in 2020 to run for president.
Get ready to take a deep dive into the corrupt world of politics as we use a Marxist lens to analyze the two political parties and their dialectical effects on the material conditions of the working class.
People don't even realize that we're at war right now. We're in a social war, a spiritual war, an economical war. We're supposed to be working together. You know, this is the United States of America.
Why do we have it in our brains that they're the only two choices? Because they've made us think that way, and the media makes you think that way because they don't cover anybody else.
Here, on The Social Situation.
Well, I thank you for your question, but I have to say we're capitalists.
Sorry, we're capitalists. We don't accept your growing movement of socialists in this country. We're just going to reject your democratic participation. So, we're all capitalists here, is what she said.
So let me start. A very famous and very effective political leader once responded to his fellow members of his movement who had complained that the mass of people that they were trying to organize was hard to organize, and people complained and were unhappy, but they didn't do anything, and decade after decade went by. And so he he responded to them and he said, you know, it's true. For decades, nothing happens. And then in a few weeks, decades happen. I think we're in a few weeks.
Welcome back to The Social Situation. I'm your host, The Benefactor. Today I'd like to take a deep dive into our corrupt political system. I'll show you a direct link between the lack of proper representation for working-class taxpayers versus the overwhelming representation for the minority business owner class, leading to a stagnation in progress amongst legislation that directly translates into deteriorating living conditions and a dwindling of the middle class. To do this, we must first apply the dialectical analysis on material. If you've watched my previous episodes, I explained the dialectical analysis and how it is a scientific lens which you can use as a tool to analyze and understand aspects of the world. To summarize, in classical philosophy, idealism is the process of analyzing ideas in order to understand the world. It states that to understand the world, you must first understand the ideas that come from it.
Marx was a philosopher. He comes out of a school of thought that believed that ideas were the supreme achievement of human beings. And so the world is really shaped by something prior to the world, namely ideas. So the notion is, sometimes called idealism, that the real world is the product of ideas. And if you want to really understand the real world, go to the ideas that make it what it is. Marx rejected that.
It's very important, because rejecting Marxism is rejecting this philosophical evolution where you reject idealism and interject a dialectical analysis, which is the back and forth between ideas and material, which is more reflective of what we actually see.
That for him, the material is just as important as the ideal.
In Marxian philosophy, Marx took this one step further. He said that to understand the world, you have to understand the ideas, yes, but you must also understand the material world and the interactions between the two, or the back and forth between ideas and material. Not just how ideas shape our material reality, but also how our material reality shapes our ideas.
If you want to see where the material comes from, it's shaped by ideas. But, and here comes his radicalism, it runs the other way too. The ideas don't come from nowhere. They come out of the real world. The ideas we have as people have to do with the real material problems we have as human beings and how we solve them. Where do we get our food? Where do we get our shelter? How do we get protection as little children from the elements, from our parents? All of these real material matters of life and survival are shaping our ideas every bit as much as our ideas shape the reality. Dialectical materialism is the name for a point of view that says, if you want to understand the world, you need to look at how ideas shape the material, but the other way too, and the two have interact. That's the way to see the world. And for that reason, when it came to explaining the problems of capitalism, he never could and never did suggest it's all because of the ideas of people about capitalism. It's the real way human beings make their food, solve their clothing problems, their relationship problems that shape their ideas as much. And he was going to analyze capitalism through that lens of the interaction of ideas and concrete material reality back and forth.
Marx uses this scientific.
Let's look at this graph real quick. So this chart at the top says superstructure, and it reads everything not directly to do with production. Okay? That's art, family, culture, religion, philosophy, ideology, law, media, politics, science, and education are examples. Okay? So this is the interaction between that and the base, which is the means of production of society. The tools, machines, factory, land. So this is an important construct to consider, the interaction and back and forth interactions between these different contending forces within our society. Right? And that's all dialectics is. The dialectical analysis is analyzing the back and forth interactions between two opposing forces and then observing the created changes over time for an objective analytical approach it's pretty much like the scientific method for the social sciences, and which it's extremely, I know it's an extremely complex idea to have a scientific methodology for social sciences, because social sciences in their own nature are sciences of plurality, right? There are different theories, and I can say, oh, this is how a society behaves in my lab, but at the end of the day, that's how the society, that's how the simulation behaves in my lab, right? It's not reflecting all the true variables of our environment. So it's hard to gauge a simulation of theory when it regards to the social sciences. That's why it's a science of pluralities. And that's why we need to enact rigid analytical structures that analyze the objective variables rather than the subjective variables. And that's all we're doing here, is we're getting rid of the subjective crap, and we're looking at the objective stuff that we can measure.
Scientific lens to objectively understand complex systems by analyzing the interactions between two opposing forces and observing the created changes over time. With this dialectical lens, you can break down and better understand more complex systems, from political economy all the way to science and technology. Before we begin to break down and analyze the political oligarchy within the United States, I must first go over the basics of Marx's labor theory of value.
I'd like to point out that the dialectical approach of analytics has specifically allowed me to have many insights into not only socioeconomics, but electrical engineering as well. So, and historically, it has been very important for the evolution of anthropology and other sciences.
And how it relates to exploitation. This exploitation is understood by examining the different kinds of value, such as the surplus value every worker generates with their labor input.
And we're sticking to the objective
cracking the
variables
economic
you can
code
measure.
with the labor theory of value. The labor theory of value, proposed by Karl Marx, suggests that the value of a commodity is determined by the socially necessary labor time required to produce it. According to this theory, the more labor that goes into producing a commodity, the more value it holds. To fully understand this theory, it's important to distinguish between two key concepts: embodied labor and living labor. Embodied labor refers to the past labor that is congealed or embedded in a commodity. It represents the cumulative labor that has gone into the production process, including the raw materials, tools, and machinery used, as well as the labor required to create and maintain them. Think of the hammer needed for the laborer to make that chair. This concept acknowledges that commodities are not solely the product of immediate or living labor, but also encompass the labor that is stored and preserved in them. Kind of like how potential energy can be stored in a system. Just as potential energy is the stored energy that can be converted into kinetic energy to perform work. Embodied labor represents the cumulative labor that has been invested in the various components of a commodity. This labor is transformed into value during the production process when living labor interacts with the inputs of production. In this sense, labor cannot be created nor destroyed. Like particle physics, labor also follows the principles of conservation of energy. Like energy, labor can only be transformed from one form to another, from embodied labor to the value it represents. On the other hand, living labor refers to the labor that is currently performed by workers in the production process. It is the direct exertion of human effort and skill in transforming raw materials and utilizing the means of production to create new commodities. Living labor is the active force that adds new value to the inputs and brings the embodied labor to life. It is through this labor that the final product is shaped and brought to market. Think of yourself, the human employee, as the living labor that utilizes the hammer to make the chair. The labor theory of value highlights the dialectical relationship between embodied labor and living labor. Embodied labor represents the past accumulation of labor, while living labor represents the present labor input that generates value. These two forms of labor can be seen as potential and kinetic energy. Only when potential energy is transformed into kinetic energy will you get any useful work. From an engineering perspective, the value of a commodity is determined by the combination of these two forms of labor. The socially necessary labor time required to produce a commodity takes into account both the embodied labor already invested in the materials and means of production, as well as the living labor added during the current production process. As you can see, this represents a more scientific approach than the utility theory of value. which is a mainstream theory that suggests value is placed subjectively on personal utility. After all, just try measuring how much pleasure or utility ice cream gives you. The answer to that is subjective, compared to asking the question, how much labor was used to make that ice cream? An objective approach at examining the underlying variables, which ultimately leads to a better understanding of prices. When using science to analyze complex systems, you must look at objective variables that can be quantified, not subjective ones left up to personal interpretation. I must emphasize that the labor theory of value is not a theory of prices. It is a theory of value.
This all the time, all the time. Labor theory of value doesn't predict prices. It's not about predicting prices, okay? It's about the relationship of exploitation and labor, all right? And it's about the intrinsic value of something in a vacuum, okay? And we're analyzing things as objectively as we can under changing social economic situations. So that's the difference here.
This theory of value does not operate on the premise of predicting or determining market prices directly. Instead, it provides a framework for understanding the underlying source of value in commodities. Prices in a capitalist economy are influenced by various factors, such as supply and demand, market competition, and subjective valuations. However, the labor theory of value offers insights into the social relations and exploitative nature of capitalist production. It is not used to determine prices, but to resolve paradoxes of traditional economic theories such as the utility theory of value.
A very important paradox here, because this is what you're taught, utility theory, if you go to economics class. All right? It's a very mainstream, widely accepted theory, and it's extremely flawed if you take the dialectical approach.
In the utility theory of value, the value of a commodity is based on the amount of utility that commodity has to the individual. In this utility theory, a paradox arises when considering water as one of the most useful resources on the planet for life and its relatively low market value. In contrast, a diamond has limited utility compared to their high market value. This is the water-diamond paradox, and when analyzing things through a Marxist lens, you can successfully resolve this contradiction.
So Ulysses asked, how's your space game coming along? I haven't actually played it in a while. I was thinking that after our special podcast extravaganza, I might do some game streaming. I don't know, but if you want to see some No Man's Sky, I will play some. I do have a hankering to play some video games tonight, so just keep that in mind. Let me know if you want me to stream some No Man's Sky, because we can build some really cool stuff. I mean, there's a whole logic gate system in the game. I've designed, well, not designed, but I've seen a tutorial that helped me design a combination lock system. So you can do all sorts of cool stuff with the logic gate system, kind of like Minecraft, but way more extensive and, in my opinion, cooler. It's kind of like Minecraft for adults, in my opinion. But I'm not dissing Minecraft or anything. It's a fun game, but it's just so expansive. So yeah, we might dive into that a little bit. But yeah, it's a fun game.
Because if prices are governed more by utility rather than labor, then water would clearly have more market value than diamonds. By simply quantifying the amount of labor that has been input into a commodity, you can begin to see how labor directly correlates with value, which can then be used to analyze the more complex idea of price.
I want to rewind that because I want to emphasize that point, okay?
Through a Marxist lens, you can successfully resolve this contradiction. Because if prices are governed more by utility rather than labor, then water would clearly have more market value than diamonds.
So that's an important contradiction to the utility theory of value, which equates value subjectively, so based on the individual need, and water as being the most valuable necessity for life, sustaining life on the planet. You would think that with this utility theory, water would be the most expensive or the most valuable in a vacuum, and it's not. So on the market, it is actually a lot less valuable than diamonds. Okay, and this is less to do with the value to the individual and more to do with the amount of labor input into making the commodity or gathering the resource, compared to how much effort an individual like me would have to go out and get water my own self. I would have to use gas from my car. I would have to go to a proper source that's not, tainted. I would have to get filtered water or filter it myself. There's a whole process there. So that's labor that I have to put into gathering that water. That labor accumulates to a quantifiable number that we can actually objectively calculate regarding the value of something, as opposed to just subjectively saying, oh, it's based on the personal individual utility.
By simply quantifying the amount of labor that has been input into a commodity, you can begin to see how labor directly correlates with value, which can then be used to analyze the more complex idea of price.
So Stewie says, have you looked into veganism? I'm not a proponent of veganism. I'm not against it per se, but I view veganism, especially like radical veganism, to be a very privileged form of ideology, because there's not a lot of people who can go out and buy groceries that check all those boxes. Those kinds of groceries are very expensive for the average consumer, especially in this kind of economy. Maybe in an ideal system, yeah, vegan would be something that I might consider, but just right now, it seems like a privileged space that only people with money can actually enjoy. And it also seems like it's been kind of like commodified to the point where it's been blown out of proportion regarding the benefits of veganism compared to other diets. So it's more of like, in my opinion, a cultural fad. Not that I'm dissing vegans, but I don't think it's a solution at this point, because grocery prices are expensive. Eggs are like $15 a dozen right now. It's ridiculous.
Price represents the amount of money a commodity can be exchanged for in the market, while value refers to the socially necessary labor time required to produce that commodity, meaning that the value of a product is determined by the amount of labor put into making it, regardless of its market price. But that value can be useful in determining that price, like a fractal, where one part represents the whole. So does labor, value, and price. By considering these concepts of embodied and living labor, we can grasp the dynamic interplay between the past accumulation of labor and the present labor input. In this context, my theories of incorporating the concept as above so below into the social sciences suggests that there might be a similar underlying pattern or relationship between labor, value, and price at various levels.
Therefore, all of creation, from galaxies to planets to elements, all resonate in unison with a collective chord referred to by our ancestors as above so below.
So what's to say that this as above so below concept in physics and science and all sorts of other realms isn't relevant in these socio-economic realms as well? And that was my idea here. I think it's all relevant. There are patterns everywhere. As long as you know how to look for those patterns, you can find them.
This principle embodies the truth that there is always a correspondence between the laws and phenomena of the various planes of being and life.
By exploring this analogy further, there might be common principles or dynamics to consider that operate at both the macro and micro levels within capitalist systems. This understanding allows for a more comprehensive analysis of the value-forming process and the exploitation of labor within capitalist systems. Just as a fractal pattern repeats itself across different scales, the interaction between labor, value, and price could potentially manifest in similar ways across different levels of socio-economic organization. A side note here is that Marx's labor theory of value is not original. He based his theory of value off of classical economists like Adam Smith and David Ricardo.
This is another very important thing to emphasize because people really bash Marx's labor theory of value. But at the end of the day, he based it off of Adam Smith and David Ricardo's theory of value. Okay, they all agreed. And Adam Smith and David Ricardo, they were champions of capitalism. They were studying and trying to analyze it from a pro-capitalist standpoint, right? So you have to understand that they all agreed that labor equates to value in their theory, right? Marx, that wasn't unique to Marx's labor theory of value, okay?
Who were using it to defend capitalism. However, Marx extended and modified their theories in significant ways. Smith and Ricardo believed that the value of an item was determined by the amount of labor put into making it. Marx expanded on this idea by emphasizing the importance of the average amount of time society deems necessary for producing something.
I mean, I'm open to debating, but yeah, we'd have to set that up at a specific time. I'm not really fond of Discord, to be honest. I think Discord, there's a lot of toxic communities on Discord, so I try to stay away from it. But if that's the only way of communication, then yeah, sure. If I can find the time.
Think of baking a cake. If a cake takes an average of 1 hour to bake, the labor time necessary to produce that cake is 1 hour. According to Marx's labor theory of value, the value of the cake would be based on that average time. Now, let's say someone invents a new baking technique that cuts the baking time in half. The socially necessary labor time for producing a cake would now be reduced to 30 minutes. As a result, the value of cakes produced using this new technique would be determined based on this reduced labor time. Marx also introduced the concept of surplus value. Surplus value is the difference between the value of the goods or services produced by the workers and the wages they receive.
To make money, to come away with more than they threw in. There's no magic here. They haven't overcome the laws of thermodynamics.
This is another important thing to emphasize. This is a closed system. They haven't overcome the laws of thermodynamics in this closed system. You don't get more value out than you put in. The worker is being extracted and exploited that value of what they put in from the employer. They're literally extracting that value. They're not creating anything. There's no magic, is what he's saying. You're putting in, you're getting out what you put in.
Here, they haven't overcome the laws of thermodynamics. They understand that you don't get out more than you put in. Well, what happened? How? Well, they're not getting out more than they're putting in. What they're getting out is what they put in, the raw materials, the workers, the technology, and they get out what those things can produce. But what they can produce is more than what they give to their employees as their income. And that more, which they like to call profit, is why they're in business. They want to get that more from this situation, which they do. And that's why they're the employer. That's why they're in the position of deciding when it's profitable to hire someone and when it isn't. That's why capitalism basically holds all of us that are employees hostage. The boss is always in the following relationship to the worker. If you're the boss, you want to get more out of the worker and give him less. And the worker very quickly understands that the name of the game for him or her is to get as much out of you as possible and spend the maximum amount of time imaginable in the bathroom. Smoking things.
This means...
Yeah, that would be cool. Again, I'm interested in having... I wouldn't even call it a debate. I'm interested in having a conversation. I don't really like debating now because things have gotten so polarized and toxic. So maybe we should aim for just an open-minded conversation. with some conflictory arrangements and ideology. So we could just leave it at that. Again, this channel is trying to bridge divides. At the end of the day, we're trying to get worker solidarity from all political ideologies and walks of life. So yeah, that would be important to have those kinds of discussions, especially opening up to different and alternative viewpoints than Beneficence TV and my viewpoint specifically. I mean, you know, again, Beneficence TV was always meant to expand and be a worker co-op of different ideas under a progressive outlet. So that's the idea here, and sure, that sounds like a good step forward in that direction.
That workers produce more value than they are paid in wages, and capitalists benefit from this extra value. Marx argued that this creates a conflict between the working class and the capitalists in a capitalist system. That worker is using his labor to increase the value of a commodity by utilizing the hammer to build the chair. The chair can then be sold by the capitalist for more than the cost to make it. The capitalist strives to increase the difference between labor input and the amount of compensation for making the chair. This is called maximizing profits, and it always comes at the expense of the people who are the ones generating the surplus value.
This is called a fundamental opposition of interests. It is a bizarre way of organizing production by putting people who don't trust and hate and struggle against each other. And you know what it does? It produces lots of grotesque inefficiency. You know what the word sabotage comes from? It's a French word. Sabot is a wooden shoe in French. And if a worker was angry at the boss, which he usually is, what he would do is take the sabot and stick it in the machine, messing it up. And that's called sabotage. That's why you have that word. Okay? Workers are always doing that kind of thing because they're angry. Bosses know that. In fact, bosses usually assume you're angry at them, even if you aren't. And then they spend a lot of money hiring people like my wife as a psychotherapist to come up with what kind of music to pipe into the workplace to distract you from the anger they think you feel.
By reaching 7.
This is a very, very important segment that kind of is analogous and emphasizes how your employer distracts from real issues like workplace safety and real wage increases compared to inflation, right? You know, none of this 50-cent bullshit. You know, when you have 8% increases on average for goods and services, and your wage only increases by 50 cents or even $1, you're not accepting a wage increase. You're accepting a pay decrease because the inflation has consumed all of that, right? And this is this scene right here that I put together for everybody from the show Severance, which is an amazing show, by the way. And I do have another breakdown on the Red Pill series of this show with a very entertaining and quite frankly frightening view that parallels Severance with our current conditions and our current economy and culture. But this scene right here that I put together for you all encompasses how your boss distracts from those real issues like wages, okay?
75% refinement on Sienna. You have earned for you and your fellow refiners a 5-minute music dance experience.
Oh boy.
Kelly, please approach the MDE cart.
Maybe we'll get a pizza party next.
You may choose one genre and one accessory. The maraca.
The workers generate.
That was the ultimate fuck around and find out moment.
The surplus value. The workers generate the surplus value while the capitalist exploits their labor and doesn't actually generate value themselves, reminding us that within every capitalist business is a king or queen
To remind everybody at this point that when I talk about capitalism, my definition is not the mainstream definition that you might be thinking about. My definition is more encompassing. It is more accurate in my opinion, because when you define something, you want to define what's different about it, and what's different about capitalism isn't markets and private property. We've had those two components in economic systems for decades prior. Centuries prior. So what's different about capitalism is the organization of labor, and that is how I define capitalism. So when you hear me say capitalism, don't think about markets and don't think about private property. Think about the organization of labor in your company or in the place of work.
Ironic that we spent so much energy trying to escape feudalism only to install kings within miniature kingdoms. Techno-feudalistic platforms, where the CEO is commander-in-chief of their own personal sovereign corporal country.
It's America, brother. We don't do kings.
Oh, we do. We do.
We do.
Just call them something
else.
What we're recommending is finding significant
CEOs.
efficiencies by laying off the people at the bottom of the company and paying more to the people at the top.
Hey, that's me. Yes. With the money signs?
Yes.
It's me at the top. Okay.
Marx's labor theory of value was not about determining prices. It was part of his larger analysis of capitalism. He used the theory to criticize capitalism by highlighting contradictions that inherently generate inequality and lead to periodic economic crises. Due to the exploitation of workers from capitalists that extract more value than they pay in wages, Smith and Ricardo focused more on efficient markets and the factors.
Another key point here that Marx made is that if you organize labor in a way that you have a small minority who's continually trying to maximize the difference between how much you work and how much you get paid, eventually you see a successful model where the workers can no longer afford to buy the goods and services they themselves are producing, which Marx described as late-stage capitalism. That's where we are now. How many people do you know can afford a car that work at Ford without a loan? Okay? How many people do you know sell houses for a living but cannot afford one themselves? How many people do you know work for a small restaurant but don't have the resources to start one yourself?
That determine value in capitalism. Marx's theory expanded upon the ideas of Smith and Ricardo, providing a critical perspective on capitalist exploitation and the inherent contradictions of the system. He emphasized the concept of surplus value, which highlighted how workers are often paid less than the value they create, leading to their exploitation.
So Stewie wants to recommend a few documents. Yes, you can recommend all the documents. You can email me at beneficencetv@gmail.com. I'll put it in the chat in a moment. I can also make you a moderator once we get some trust between us, and then you could just post links in the chat that way. Also, just a note here, health is a very tricky subject. We can't really talk about certain health-related topics like I want to on this channel on YouTube, because it will flag us. So we do need to dance around that subject, but I am interested in what you have. So if you have anything you want to send me, you can do that with my email address, beneficencetv@gmail.com.
In addition to his scientific analysis of capitalism, Marx also called for a revolutionary change in the economic system to address these issues. His ideas aimed to challenge the existing order and create a more equitable society. Unfortunately, his revolutionary ideas often get conflated with his objective analysis of capitalism, which is simply analyzing these areas of concern, rather than taking a stance on what should be done about these concerns. Because Karl Marx died before he could finish his work, he emphasized the importance of advocating for workers' rights, but did not provide an exhaustive blueprint for the exact economic structure necessary for transition. However, through his theoretical framework of Marxism, he laid the foundations for a society based on what he called communism, or a cooperative community-based society. This challenged the existing order of capitalism, which exists as an individualist, competition-based society. I'm going to break down some of the terms we use in this show to give you a better foundation of knowledge and understanding of Marxism going forward.
That was a cute clip of that you'll find on YouTube. I think that's demonstrating teamwork. So, you know, the strength in numbers, as it were. You know, like none of this me versus you crap. You know, competition is the law of the jungle, man. Cooperation is the law of civilization, okay?
Socialism is the scare word they have hurled at every advance the people have made in the last 20 years. Socialism is what they call the growth of free and independent labor organizations. Socialism is their name for almost anything that helps all the people.
Most socialists begin with a critique of inequality and the premise that this is not just an accident, but something that is essential to the nature of capitalism. And if you want to create more justice, more equality, you're going to have to fundamentally change the system in some way.
So this is very important. Okay, a lot of people conflate socialism with different, you know, fear-mongering, propagandistic, old Cold War propaganda. That's very misleading, right? They say, oh, socialists just want free stuff. No, socialists all have contending theories, but the one thing that socialists have all agreed on is that we think that we can do better than the current system. We recognize that there are inherent fundamental flaws in the system of capitalism. That is basically all we agree on. Other than that, you can't really lump us into one large category. Then you really misunderstand the birth and evolution of socialism, as there are many different theories on how to transition out of capitalism that some of them contend with one another. And I've had very, very heated debates specifically on the topic of socialism versus different kinds of socialism. So, you know, it gets heated even more so in that realm than the capitalist versus socialism debate forums. I swear to God, these people are really like adamantly, vehemently, defiantly heated in these debates, more so than anybody I've ever seen. And a lot of them are tankies. And I want to emphasize, I'm not a tanky. Like, I don't believe in total totalitarian governmental control. I'm a socialist, but I'm a libertarian socialist, okay? I believe in restricted control, and specifically the government has a responsibility to be a tool of the people, by the people, for the people, and not of the corporations, by the corporations, for the corporations. What we see now with the Trump regime and the neo-fascist Elon Musk that seems to have systematically dismantled our federal funding. So, yeah.
The problem is that we all too often have socialism for the rich and rugged free enterprise capitalism for the poor.
I think about socialism as the vast majority of people who work for a living in a given society, ultimately making decisions about the direction of that society.
We believe in democracy. I mean, the problem with the word socialism is that very often it's been equated with what happens in the Soviet Union, which is authoritarianism and totalitarianism.
The major socialist experiments for me have been failures, but I would argue that the major examples of capitalist civilizations have been failures too.
Exactly. And this is another important idea to emphasize, is that when you're talking about, oh, socialism has never worked, well, when capitalism was first set up and transitioning out of feudalism, it was set up in certain places and it was rejected, okay? It didn't just go from feudalism to capitalism overnight, okay? There were certain areas and experiments that were done and failed here, failed there, until they actually had a capitalism that, as Richard Wolff would like to say, had enough to cover its own bets. Okay, that is the actual evolution of our economic systems. Transitioning out of feudalism into capitalism wasn't an instantaneous transition, okay? It didn't happen overnight. It was gradual. There were certain capitalist experiments that did fail, okay? So saying that we're just going to go from one system to the next without any failures just dismisses all of that historical relevance right there.
Especially for poor people, especially for black people, indigenous people, and others.
Marx differentiated between communism and socialism in this way. In order to get beyond the current capitalist system, he envisioned the concept of a transitional stage known as socialism, which he believed would lead to a communist society or a society without any internal contradictions or class struggles. Socialism differs from a communist society, which is the theoretical utopia that socialist transition leads to. The etymology of the word communism comes from the Latin word communis, which translates to common or shared, and is commonly rooted in the word community. This is why we have many different versions of socialism that often differ quite a bit. It is why you cannot simply lump socialism into one large general category. To do this misunderstands the very birth and evolution of socialism, as there are many different theories on how to proceed with the transition into a theoretical scientific utopia. Socialism is what we call an umbrella term. It encompasses a wide array of ideologies, movements, and practices that all aim to achieve a more equitable and just society.
All the taming and civilizing of capitalism that we've seen through welfare state, things like the minimum wage, like free education, all of this has come from movements inspired by the socialist vision.
These different versions of socialism can range from democratic socialism, which advocates for social ownership of key industries and a strong welfare state.
To me, democratic socialism is the value that in a modern, moral, and wealthy society, no person in America should be too poor to live.
To libertarian socialism, which rejects a centralized state and emphasizes direct democracy and workers' control of production. For those who are wondering my political ideology, this is what I am. I'm a libertarian socialist. The theoretical utopia of communism has three basic requirements in order to fulfill its purpose as a self-sustaining society without any internal contradictions. A true communist society needs to have no class system. It would have no monetary system, and finally it would have no need for a state. So it would be a stateless society. These three principles were intended to ensure a society in which economic resources are shared equitably, social classes are abolished, and individuals are able to live harmoniously without the need for a central authority. Imagine waking up in a Star Trek-type utopia, where all your basic medical, education, shelter, and food needs are taken care of, where you are truly free to explore the area of contribution to society that aligns with your passions, interests, and abilities without any limitations imposed by social classes, monetary constraints, or the presence of a governing state. A communist society is the theoretical framework for a utopia. Just like socialism, communism is an umbrella term, and a communist society often gets confused with a communist state, which is a state controlled by a communist party. Since the communist state still operates under a capitalist-dominated system, it often strays far from the original principles laid out by Karl Marx. Instead, authoritarian regimes have historically used socialism as a way to amass excessive control and power for the government, deviating from the intended goals of promoting equality and eliminating social classes.
Again, remember, it was the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, not communism, not communist, okay? They didn't consider themselves communist. They were a communist state, meaning they were a state governed by a communist party, but they didn't see themselves as communists per se. They saw communism as a long-term goal, and communist was only to differentiate them during the Bolshevik Revolution from the democratic socialists. So it's all socialism. Communism doesn't really actually exist, so anybody who says China's communist kind of misunderstands the actual socioeconomic relationships that go on in China. Specifically, they refer to themselves as socialist with Chinese characteristics, and they do have a combination of private and public enterprises.
It's important to understand that these distortions of socialism have led to misunderstandings about its true nature and diverted from its original principle.
Socialism is death, it's despair, it's starvation.
It's like those zombies in those horror movies. It's coming back.
For example, in my opinion, USSR socialism.
I mean, to be honest, if I saw that all day, every day, and I didn't have any context of what socialism actually was, I would be scared shitless of socialism. But, you know, sometimes you have to be uncomfortable and look behind the curtain a little bit to see the actual truth. And then you can kind of see the puppet master, you know, like in The Wizard of Oz. Nothing is as it seems when you actually get to the truth of the situation. Remember, there's the one side, there's the second side, and then there's the truth. Okay? There's always three sides to a story.
Was a farce to justify overreaching state power. They may have started out as a worker revolution, but in reality, the immense power obtained by capturing the state needed to ensure the conditions of its own existence. By eliminating the original Marxist goal of giving the workers ownership to the means of production, this ensured the totalitarian power of the new communist state. However, the planned government of the USSR enabled it to industrialize while the rest of the capitalist world was plunged in a Great Depression, a successful model of a planned economy that often gets forgotten about.
Where they are, it's because of ambitious government programs.
That's, again, that's another important historical fact to emphasize. While the rest of the modern industrial world was plunged into a Great Depression and was struggling under capitalism, the USSR was industrializing despite those variables with their socialist economy. And they went from extremely backwards and poor, one of the poorest societies on the planet, to being amazingly industrialized. So in a very short amount of time, by the way, they reached from almost nothing to being a challenger to the world's superpower. So just put that in perspective and remember and remind yourself of that simple fact. Russia, under socialism, was industrializing while the rest of the capitalist world was suffering under a Great Depression.
That's why Cuba, an avowedly socialist country under a decades-long embargo, has a lower rate of infant mortality, a higher life expectancy, and a higher rate of literacy than the much wealthier United States. And that's also why the countries with the lowest poverty are places like Denmark and Finland. It's no mystery. No advanced economy has ever achieved low poverty rates without high levels of government social spending.
That's very key here. No advanced economy has ever achieved low poverty rates without high levels of government social spending. It has never happened before. You cannot give me one historical place where this has happened.
And the fact is, capitalists have always fought against those policies, against progressive taxation, against minimum wages, against social welfare programs, against union bargaining.
We're applying simple dialectics here. The back and forth interaction between the two opposing forces. The opposing forces of the poorest of the society, struggling to get the government to provide them social spending, while the richest of the society is pressuring the government to do the opposite and cut social spending because it benefits them, because they don't have to pay as much in taxes. And remember, the only reason we had an economic boom after World War II was under FDR's New Deal program, which was pressured, which he was pressured to do by the two socialist parties and the Communist Party and the Unionists at the time. Okay, so that that gave us the Social Security safety nets, the unemployment compensation insurance, and a standard 5-day work week, which established a 2-day weekend for workers. So you had some time off and you had some work-life balance there. It was extremely popular, and it led to a great boom in economic power and mobility for the working class. And we saw the rise of the strongest middle class in this country because of it. And where did all this money come from? It came from the very richest of the society, we had higher taxes for them. And you know what they did? They got pissed off. They got so pissed off that they had to pay for our social spending that they lobbied the government and essentially bought and paid for our government so that this would never happen again. And now what we have is a joke of a political system that's kind of bamboozling us into fighting amongst each other as workers, while the richest of our society steal our money and just sneak out the back door and laugh all the way to the bank. Trump and Elon are laughing all the way to the bank.
Poverty has been reduced not by capitalism, but in spite of and against capitalists' opposition.
There's a man. Works in a factory. One day the boss gets it in his mind that this man is stealing from him.
Again, when I speak about capitalism, it isn't I'm not defining capitalism as a system of markets and private property. I define capitalism as the way you organize labor within a business. Now, if you have a worker cooperative where the workers own the means of production in that company, where the workers get one share, one vote, they vote on everything democratically, then you don't have a capitalist business. You have more of a cooperative business, more of a socialist organized business. So that's the difference here. I'm not talking about like markets and private property. That defines how goods are circulated. Okay, that explains how goods are circulated in a market. I'm not interested in how goods circulate. I'm interested in the organization of labor, and specifically the undemocratic way we do it now, where essentially we have little kings and queens. And if you are a proponent of democracy, I would argue that the workplace is the first place you would have installed it.
So, every night at the gate, the guard searches wheelbarrow. But every day,
but in spite of and against capitalists' opposition.
This is a very important analogy.
Works in a factory. One day the boss gets it in his mind that this man is stealing from him. So, every night at the gate, the guard searches wheelbarrow. But they never find anything.
Pat him down.
Oh, they do that. Strip him naked. Nothing.
So he's not stealing.
Of course he is.
Wheelbarrows.
Thank you. That's right. He's stealing wheelbarrows.
What?
My point is, sometimes the answer is so obvious, you can't see it because you're looking too hard.
Sometimes the answer is so obvious, you can't see it because you're simply looking too hard. That is an important lesson to learn here.
See, we can't leave because we're the future. They're the past. The past can no more become the future than the future can become the past.
So people who would argue they don't want socialism to exist anymore don't understand what socialism is. You cannot have capitalism without socialism. Socialism is capitalism's shadow because it is the critique of capitalism. And as long as capitalism exists, there will be socialism in some way. So you can't go back to a period before socialism. It just won't happen, not while capitalism's still here, okay? You can't go backwards, okay? We are the future, not the past.
Okay. Regardless of its atrocities and human rights abuses, to say that we can't learn anything at all from this model is arrogant. After all, they succeeded where capitalism failed, in terms of rapid industrialization and providing basic necessities to a large population. That has to be analyzed objectively in order to reverse engineer why it happened and how we can adapt and apply certain aspects of it to other models, while ensuring the protection of individual liberties and human rights to avoid those atrocities that occurred due to excessive government power.
One of the biggest mistakes that people make in America, when you talk about American socialism, is to imagine that you've got to recreate something that happened in another country.
Exactly. That's another common misconception, is imagining that, oh, we're going to bring this kind of socialism here and it's going to be exactly the same. No, The socialism that arises in America, like during the post-World War II era, was a unique American version of socialism. Like any other socioeconomic system, it is going to be unique to the environment and culture it is subjected to.
Of course, American socialism will be distinct.
You know, every country has different material requirements for their people, material needs, you know, so that also has to be considered as a variable here.
It will have its own characteristics.
Going back to Marx's labor theory of value, we can now see how it is intricately tied to his larger analysis of capitalism and its contradictions. He used the theory to expose the exploitative nature of the capitalist system, claiming that it inherently generates inequality and leads to periodic crises. The three main problems with capitalism are as follows. It is unstable. Everywhere capitalism has existed at any point in history, approximately every 4 to 7 years, capitalism has a crash. This translates into lost jobs and lost lives. Capitalism also is inherently undemocratic, and it leads to enormous wealth inequality. While Marx's labor theory of value builds upon the theories of Smith and Ricardo, it diverges by incorporating concepts of socially necessary labor time, surplus value, and a deeper critique of capitalism's exploitative nature. Now that we have a working understanding of the labor theory of value and the dialectical analysis, we can begin to apply this lens to help us understand whatever we want.
Exactly. Now we understand more about the dialectical analysis and the analytical framework in which we can apply to the American political system and understand why it's so fucking goofy. Okay, so this is the analytical lens, the Marxist lens that I'm teaching you here, how to understand why this system is so fucked up.
In order to analyze the American political duopoly using Marxism, you must first identify where the inherent exploitation in this class system comes from. Within any class system of struggle, there are always two major classes, a minority with all the control and a majority with little to no control, producing the antithesis to democracy. For American politics, there are two major political parties, so we focus on those. The Republican Party, which is conservative in its ideology, generally represents, in theory and in practice, private business owners. Now, the Democratic Party, as far as the 21st century is concerned, is supposed to represent a collectivist.
Thing that I forgot to include in this bit is that the Republican Party likes to champion itself as the party for the working class, but if you actually look at their voting record, they take more corporate money than the Democrats do, and they actually squash more workers' rights in the actual legislation than Democrats historically have done. Now, Democrats are just as bad in recent years since Clinton, and since that era, the Democrats have been taking more and more corporate money, and it is a problem on both sides. But historically, Republicans have lied to your fucking face and said that they're for you, while they take your fucking money and then sneak out the back door and have a fucking cigar with these corporations. So that's the reality of the situation. And if you want to challenge me on that, go ahead, but look in Open Secrets. Go and look and see who your local politician has been bribed by, okay? You'll see nothing in the politicians that I would vote for, like Bernie Sanders, that are considered corruption, right? Bernie Sanders doesn't take big corporate PAC money. He might take a little bit of big money from unions, but that is just to represent the unions. He's a man for the working class. He's there on the front lines of the union strikes, fighting with these workers, while Trump is sitting there eating fucking donuts, telling his security to go squash that union because he doesn't like paying workers overtime. He doesn't like treating workers fair. Historically, Trump has championed an anti-worker mentality, and if you paid attention to anything he said before his campaign rhetoric, you would know this.
Left-wing ideology in theory, but in practice, they have had pressures from the way we have changed the hiring process for American representatives. These pressures from lobbyists and campaign contributions have pushed the Democratic Party further to the right, severely limiting the window of legitimate discussion in politics. You can clearly see this right-wing shift play out in my video that exposes the political career of Nancy Pelosi, which you can watch here. Since the Clinton era, topics such as universal health care.
Yes, you can watch that I forget what I labeled it, democratic shift to the right. It's one of the first videos I posted on this channel, so you can find that. It shows historical evidence of this democratic shift to the right on economic policies, specifically from the Clinton era, where you see Nancy Pelosi championing a more progressive stance on universal health care, getting behind that, and now you juxtapose that with her nowadays being more of a defender of the conservative ideology within the Democratic Party regarding economic theory,
which are common sense solutions in other modern industrialized nations, have been considered taboo in the mainstream. That is by design. We must remember that our representatives are supposed to work for the people, not big corporations. Representatives represent the classes, but aren't necessarily in the classes themselves. These two facts aren't mutually exclusive, as the Democratic Party may have the potential to have a publicly funded candidate like Bernie Sanders. And the Republican Party also has that potential. The people agree to pay for the representative's salary through taxes. But this isn't necessarily exploitative, because the people are the majority and are hiring to delegate managerial ownership duties of the country to a surrogate, who is supposed to have their loyalty and favor. This delegates the power of the majority of the people into the hands of a few representatives, or what we call a representative democracy. Imagine the workers in an enterprise hiring their own managers who are supposed to make decisions based on their better interests. Now imagine those minority of representatives representing themselves instead of the majority. You can begin to apply the Marxist critique when looking at this fucked up class conflict. The group that is normally considered to be the exploited, the employees, which are represented as our elected officials in context, end up being the ones to exploit labor in the form of taxes. If you can imagine our politicians' labor input in the labor theory of value as representation, they input their living labor combined with embodied labor, which can be seen as previous established laws and precedent. When combined, these two forms of labor will create the surplus value, which are laws passed. You can also see where this exploitation specifically happens. When the representative or corporate class doesn't adhere to the majority will of their constituents on either side of the political spectrum, this is labor exploitation in reverse. And when this lack of proper representation, or as I call it, fair representation happens, we are basically paying these senators to not do their jobs. The contradiction within a political system of classes becomes apparent only when said representation is fixed and not accurately reflecting the popular opinion on a complete ideological spectrum. Being largely limited to two political parties isn't itself when the contradiction occurs. It happens when one of these parties of representatives severely limits the scope of popular opinion. Shrinking this Overton window of acceptable politics creates class conflict in the sense that one class, the corporate voter class, or those monopolies and oligopolies that participate in the American voting system. The corporate voter class can be comprised of both Democrat and Republican representation, but still considered a minority in the context of an entire population. This corporate voter class has a direct conflicting agenda with the worker voter class. This conflict can be thought of similarly in the context of worker rights versus corporate austerity that sees in Marx's Analysis on Capitalism. Analyzing the voting class struggles of America specifically points out these inherent contradictions and shows how they play out through advocating for policies that may benefit either class. One class is constantly struggling to maintain policies that restrict worker rights to maximize surplus value and minimize wage. The other constantly voting to enact policies that do the opposite. This inherent contradiction of exploiting the people is a direct result of legalized bribery, or what Washington calls lobbying and campaign contributions. The contradiction is what leads to bizarre politics, where you have two sides often shadow boxing each other, yet get nothing done. This is why the Democrats and Republicans may argue on social issues, but largely agree or are only marginally different on economic issues.
And the system totters as it encounters a very old contradiction in its current form for which they have no solution. And right now, they don't see a way out, and I don't either, which makes it possible, for the first time in my life, to begin to see a capitalism that is in fundamental shaking difficulty. And if I were to explain to someone why you get bizarre politics, unlike what we've had for a century, It's because of this. And here in the United States, you see the kind of theatrical buffoonery, but there's more to it. Why is Trump such a character in the Republican? Why is that party literally tearing itself apart? Because it can't cope. And even the Democratic Party, suddenly confronted with a socialist who isn't marginalized simply because he gives himself the name socialist. In fact, it makes him attractive.
This leads to the two parties pretending to fight each other while dancing around the edges of real economic solutions, often stifling popular opinion on real solutions that would be practical for the majority, such as universal health care. Because the role of popular opinion directly contradicts the corporate agenda lobbied for by the minority franchise class, most people recognize our politicians are corrupt, but to understand we must also ask why. This is the reason for that political theater. It's not surprising. We pretend to have democracy, but lack it economically. Inevitably, those with the wealth and power will use the system to work for themselves. It is why we have characters in politics that often talk in circles, sleaze their way out of answering questions directly, and overall attract psychopathic and pathological liars, paving the way for other con men like Donald Trump to step in and take advantage of the chaos with false promises and more platitudes. Combine this with a serious media apparatus run by said corporate voter class, and you have yourself a serious problem in the political process. One political party constantly represents individualism and pushing for lack of government intervention, and the other party takes one step to the left and says we will do something marginally different but nothing radical. Fair representation would assume the majority is entirely heard, radical or not. Closing these popular issues out of the process of democratic discourse within Congress restricts the legitimate window of appropriate discussion and alienates the worker-voter class from the inevitable false compromise result in policy. Americans whom overwhelmingly support a single-payer healthcare system based on polling aren't hearing this discussion as legitimate within the discourse of our legislative process, which alienates them from their government and their government from them. Yanis Varoufakis is a renowned Marxist economist and former Minister of Economics in Greece. Known for his expertise in economics, he was hired by Valve, a prominent video game company, to oversee and explore the concept of virtual economies. Varoufakis' role at Valve involved managing the intricate economic systems within games, ensuring a balanced and engaging experience for players. This unique collaboration between a leading Marxian economist and a gaming company highlighted Varoufakis' versatile abilities and the recognition of his expertise beyond traditional economic realms. This led to the development of Team Fortress 2's virtual economy, which allowed players to trade and exchange in-game items, such as hats and weapons, using the game's own currency. The virtual economy gained significant popularity, and players could buy, sell, and trade these virtual items, creating a self-sustaining market within the game, all using the ideas from a Marxist. Yanis is also a prominent advocate for economic democracy. He believes in empowering workers and citizens to have a greater say in economic decision-making and challenging the concentration of power in the hands of the state and elite. Yanis teaches economics without capitalism and exposes the truth of how we can have markets without the need for capitalism.
I want to begin with a distinction that I already made, and I want to make once more. Capitalism is not markets. Societies always had markets. The Phoenicians had markets, the ancient Greeks had markets. They were not capitalist societies. They were societies with markets. Something happened towards the end of the Middle Ages. There was no labor market. Either you worked for some baron, okay? And if you opposed that social arrangement, your head was removed from your shoulders, okay? Or you never worked because you were the baron. There was no labor market. So the creation of labor markets, of real estate markets, of capital markets, is a very recent phenomenon, and that's capitalism.
And perhaps that's a key point to drive home. Slavery had markets. There's nothing unique about capitalism and markets. You remember American slavery? They bought and sold slaves, that's a market. They bought and sold cotton, that's a market. They bought and sold fill in the blank. So markets existed in slave society. Ditto in much of feudalism. Not always, some parts of feudalism solved the coordination problem in different ways, not market ways, but markets coexist. So capitalism is not the system of markets because those long predate capitalism. Well, then what is capitalism? I would argue Marx, whose contribution strikes me as pivotal here, had a pretty clear definition that there are different ways human beings have organized the production of goods and services. That's different from how they circulate. Markets are about exchange and circulation, but Marx's focus was on production. So here's 3 basic ways in modern history. Slaves is one way. You have a master and a slave. Masters is a small group, slaves is a large group. Slaves do most of the work. Masters tell them what to do. Masters become rich and powerful. Slaves yearn for a better system. Then we have feudalism. How interesting. Different. No slavery. Nobody can own anybody. But you have a small group of people again, lords, and a large group of people who do all the work, serfs. And one interesting thing is that the serfs yearn to do better. Now we come to capitalism. It's different. And that's what's interesting. How is it different? Nobody is anybody's slave, and nobody has a personal obligation to another person the way a serf and a lord did. Instead, a contract links the two. There's an employer, a small group of people who tend to become rich and powerful, and a mass of employees, a large group of people who don't. Notice the parallel in these 3 systems. You might have thought, if you were all excited about capitalism, you might have believed the theorists of the capitalist revolution that they were breaking from all of the earlier systems. They were breaking from slavery. They were breaking from feudalism. And in important ways, they did. But there were equally important ways in which they didn't. And one of them was this division of people in production into a small group of people with all the power and wealth, telling all the others, the vast majority, what to do. A modern capitalist corporation is the most undemocratic institution I can imagine. You do what you are told, the majority. And if you don't, you lose your job and you lose your income. That's called compulsion. And that's the arrangement. And if you don't like what your employer tells you to do, well, you're free in capitalism and you can go and work for another one. Whoa, what an interesting system. Where does all this conversation about freedom come from, or democracy for that matter? You know, if you really believed in democracy, the workplace is the first place you would have installed it. You know why? Because that's where adults spend most of their lives, working. 5 out of 7 days, the best hours of the day, they're on the job. Make the job democratic if you are believing in democracy.
Exactly. Make the job democratic if you're a proponent of democracy. If you don't believe in democracy, then face the fact that if you don't want it in the, or if you do believe in democracy, then you have to face the fact that if you don't want it in the workplace, you might not believe in democracy the way you think.
But you don't. You allow the owner or the shareholders or the major shareholders or the board of directors or some mix and match of all of them, a tiny minority, to dictate.
I also like to remind people that for hundreds of thousands of years, labor was organized collectively under different tribalistic economies, right? We literally had a tribalistic versions of communism far longer than capitalist societies have existed. So the idea that communism or collective societies are impossible, that's just not the truth. Just look at harvest fests, okay? Harvest fests traditionally and historically were a form of community gathering together and giving each other surplus resources that they didn't need to people who did need them, exchanging within the community. Okay, that's how they circulated goods and services, not with a market where somebody haggles with somebody else and you try to screw over the other person. Plato and Aristotle hated the markets. They saw those as destructive elements to the community. And you can imagine why. Somebody's trying to screw over another person. I witnessed this personally going to the flea market with my grandfather, who I admired my entire life until I looked back and realized he was swindling people. And I wasn't okay with that. Like, that's That's not cool. Like, it's one thing to want to exchange goods and services, but if you're trying to screw somebody over, you're crossing an ethical barrier there that just doesn't sit right with me.
To everybody else.
Markets without capitalism. My critique of capitalism is that liberal capitalism is not possible. Never.
It really isn't possible. Liberal capitalism isn't possible. And why isn't it possible, Yanis Varoufakis? Let us find out.
Never was, never will be. It is just an ideology. It has as much to do with reality as Marxist emancipation theory had to do with the Soviet Union.
Absolutely nothing. Let me emphasize that again for Mr. Varoufakis. The Marxist emancipation theory had absolutely nothing to do with the Soviet Union. Okay, that was a back burner idea that they never got to because they amassed so much totalitarian control that they needed to ensure the conditions of their own existence by snuffing out that which would give back power to the people.
As much to do with reality as Marxist emancipation theory had to do with the Soviet Union. Zero. If we're going to save markets, because you say, I believe in markets. Markets for potatoes. Huh? Have you heard of companies like BlackRock, State Street, Fidelity? Do you know that they own 90% of the corporations that feature in the Standard & Poor's 500 in the United States? From airlines to JP Morgan to Google. We're talking about two guys. It's guys, it's not girls. Maybe there's a token girl somewhere. They control 90% of capitalism. What is the connection between this and Adam Smith? Zero. As a recent study showed, that where airlines compete that belong to the same mega equity firm, when they compete, prices go up by 5% because they collude. Because the CEOs of all these airlines have to report to the same financier. So this is the point I'm making, that if you really want markets and you don't want central planning, you better do away with the model of capitalism we have, because it is centrally planned. There can be no more centralized system than the one we have. So, what would a world look like where markets breathe in the absence of capitalism? Can I have a dream moment, please? Will you allow me?
Every morning, about 30 minutes, no matter if I'm off or not, every day. Just kind of get the wrinkles out, crease the arms, make sure the collar is crisp. I'm a worker owner, so I am an employee, but I'm also an owner.
Imagine a corporation where there's no boss. You enter, you're hired by a committee.
So this is my vision for Beneficence TV. We want to expand to be a worker cooperative.
Imagine a corporation where there's no boss. You enter, you're hired by a committee, a search committee that go together because they wanted an economist, they wanted a graphic designer. So some of them formed the committee, they interview 20 people, they hire you. You get one share.
Here, a co-op is it's a collective of people who democratically and collectively own our operating companies. Everybody has a share, everybody has one vote.
And that gives you a vote for everything. You vote for the distribution of the revenues of the firm between research and development, what the basic income should be, and also you vote for bonuses. Not everybody gets the same,
On my previous job before coming to work for Evergreen, I couldn't see a beginning and end to it. It was just come, do a specific job, and go home. Here, if you do so much work, you could drive up the profit. If you have so much profit at the end of your fiscal year, you get a check. It makes me more excited to work because I'm involved. How are you? Most jobs wouldn't just share the financials with the employee. Here, as you see it from the top to the bottom.
Working in co-ops absolutely changes culture. It changes lives. Because you're sharing profits, you sort of share workload, you share responsibility.
Because if you've banned tradable shares, if you reverse the mistake of the British India Company of 1599, and you have one share, one worker, shareholding together with private commercial banking producing money out of thin air, those two combine to create investment banking. Once you have no tradable shares and you have free banking, investment banks have no purpose anymore.
Right? Unless, a car for a car, just trade.
Except that's not really how capitalism works.
A car for a car.
Right, but...
Because what do we do here?
Well, we sell.
People need a car, and they come to us.
To buy?
Yeah, well, you said yourself the 2005's in good shape.
Yeah, but boss, Blue Book on that.
So we trade.
6,200. Yeah.
Give a car, get a car. Each has received a gift, use it to serve one another. That's in the Bible, right?
Why? Why must that be paid? I understand keeping a promise. But people always say debt must be paid. Except what if you can't? If you're too poor, or you lose your job, maybe there's a death in the family. Isn't the better thing, the more humane thing, to say that debt should be forgiven? Isn't that who we should be?
As Yanis Varoufakis once said, the state emerged as a mechanism for regulating class conflict. The state acts as a referee of sorts for a game that has two players, a small group of capitalist business owners and a large group of workers who struggle to own. Now imagine this referee being paid off by the one side due to their obvious disadvantage. The workers have strength in numbers, while the capitalists want to maintain their own numbers, profit numbers. One obvious way that capitalists rig the game is with our system for legally bribing politicians via campaign contributions and lobbying influence. The fact that this is even legal to begin with is telling of a larger conspiracy against the working class. Big corporate donations to political campaigns, something that was largely considered corrupt up until judicial hearings such as Buckley versus Valeo and Citizens United. Buckley versus Valeo established that spending money on political campaigns is a form of protected free speech under the First Amendment. This ruling opened the door for increased corporate involvement in campaign financing. The Citizens United ruling in 2010 further expanded this by allowing corporations and unions to spend unlimited amounts of money on independent political expenditures. Until the Reagan administration, stock buybacks were strictly regulated and often considered fraudulent business practice. A stock buyback is an option for a company to buy back its own stock. As a result, this artificially inflates the value of stock on the market, misleading potential investors and shareholders' confidence, creating a misrepresentation of growth. When you analyze the conflicts of interest within the Reagan administration regarding these changes, you can begin to see the dialectical effects of class struggles playing out into enriching the business.
Hey, gang! Thanks for coming to this
crap,
month's
somebody
White House
hijacked your
Super
signal.
Spreader event. I'm gonna keep this tradition going till I'm the last man wheezing. Don't be fooled, people. I won this election fair and square. I don't care what the pundits say, what the papers say, or what the voters say. I'm not giving up. As God is my witness, I will never stop fighting the will of the American people. What has Joe Biden done in 47 years? In just 47 months, I've made this country completely unrecognizable. Look, we've got 200,000 dead, which is way less than I would have predicted back in January when I knew it was coming but didn't say anything.
Mr. President, are you willing to condemn white supremacist groups and tell them to stand down?
How can I say this in the least horrifying way possible? Stand back and stand by. I mean, await my instructions. I mean, ammo's on sale. I mean, our righteous war is now.
Amidst the turmoil and spectacle of Donald Trump's ascent to the presidency, it presents an opportune moment for a Marxian examination of his rise. Blending demagoguery and populist sentiments, Trump tapped into the deep wells of economic inequality, alienation, and the erosion of working-class power. His promise to make America great again resonated with many who felt left behind by a system governed by oligarchs. But here's the punchline. While Trump campaigned as an outsider challenging the establishment, his actions in office revealed a different reality. Rather than disrupting the ruling elites, Trump's presidency perpetuated their dominance. His tax cuts, deregulation, and pro-business agenda turned out to be a scripted performance favoring the wealthy few, widening the chasm between the haves and the have-nots. So as we unpack the Trump phenomenon, remember this. While his antics and bombastic rhetoric grabbed the headlines, the underlying structural issues that prop up the oligarchy remained largely untouched. In the grand theater of American politics, Trump's role may have been headline-worthy, but the system's stagehands continued pulling the strings behind the scenes. In other words, while Trump talked a big game about draining the swamp remained largely unchanged, and the material conditions of the working class continued to disintegrate under his rule. In the twisted tale of Donald Trump's ascent to power, hidden behind his carefully crafted persona lies a web of failed business ventures, questionable ethics, and shady connection. It is within this context that his rise can be seen as a masterful con, reminiscent of fake populism employed by the likes of Hitler and other autocrats. First, let's take a closer look at his checkered history as a businessman. Trump's track record is littered with bankruptcies and failed ventures, revealing a lack of true entrepreneurial prowess. His notorious casinos, for example, crumbled under financial strain, leaving employees without jobs, investors in the dust, and spectators to ponder why such an enterprise faltered, especially considering the House always wins. But it doesn't stop there. Reports of ties to unsavory figures, such as Jeffrey Epstein, raise concerns about potential ethical transgressions and nefarious dealings. While the extent of these connections remains shrouded in mystery, they underscore the blurred lines between big business and Trump's political aspirations. Furthermore, Trump's infamous reputation of not paying his employees highlights his disregard for the working class. Time and again, stories emerge of hard-working individuals left to suffer, while Trump walked away unscathed. This callous behavior reveals the true nature of his so-called populism, a convenient facade to exploit the frustrations and dreams of ordinary Americans. Charisma, an uncanny ability to read a room, created a cult of personality around him. This aura, combined with his populist rhetoric, seduced millions, blinding them to the hidden deals he made behind closed doors with big business. The stagecraft of his political theater successfully manipulated public sentiment, advancing the interests of the elite while masking the true workings of the oligarchy. As we peel back the layers of Trump's rise, it becomes clear that his path to power was paved with deceit and opportunism. The convergence of his unethical business practices, shady connections, and adept manipulation of populist sentiments personify the dark underbelly of the American political oligarchy and the dangers it poses to genuine democratic change. When analyzing the many scams of Donald Trump, patterns become apparent. These patterns are damning evidence as to the intentions and motivations of Trump, transparent insights into his head. With Trump University, the art of the scam was taught right alongside real estate. students unwittingly enrolled in a masterclass on being fleeced, as false promises and hefty fees left them feeling like the real estate market's biggest losers. This fine example of educational deception showcased Trump's knack for turning golden dreams into fool's gold. Trump University was a clear scam for several reasons. Firstly, it misled students by promising them access to Donald Trump's real estate secrets and courses taught by hand-picked experts, but instead delivered subpar and generic information. Secondly, the institution employed aggressive sales tactics to persuade students to spend large sums of money on expensive mentorship packages, with some individuals paying up to $35,000. Thirdly, despite claiming to have hand-picked instructors, many of the people teaching the courses had no relevant experience or credentials. One of the instructors at Trump University was a former fast food manager with no prior real estate experience. This raised questions about the legitimacy and credibility of the instructors and the quality of education provided by the institution. It further reinforced the notion that Trump University was more interested in making money from its students rather than delivering substantial educational value. Lastly, numerous lawsuits were filed against Trump University, resulting in a $25 million settlement paid by Trump. This exposed the fraudulent nature of the enterprise and further confirmed its status as a scam.
Local 10 investigator Bob Norman is digging into the case of a Trump University fraud victim.
At Trump University, we teach success. It's going to happen to you.
Years before Donald Trump became president of the United States, he was promoting his Trump University, making a lot of promises.
I think the biggest step towards success is going to be sign up at Trump University.
I think he's a snake oil salesman. I think he's a con artist.
Fort Lauderdale.
He is a snake oil salesman. He is a con artist. He's one of the best. He is the man who conned America.
Attorney Sherry Simpson took the bait, and like thousands of former Trump students and the New York Attorney General's office, she says it was a total fraud.
Trump U wasn't a university, didn't provide any of the information that was promised. It was disgusting. To solicit funds from the elderly, to ask people to utilize credit cards to not to buy a property, but to pay him for
disgusting.
The privilege of learning nothing.
Simpson was one of 6,000 victims who settled with Trump for $25 million.
Like a lot of his
now
practices,
she's set to get about $15,000 of the $19,000 she lost back. But she wants to turn down that money so she can sue the sitting president individually.
I want an apology from Donald Trump.
Well, have you ever heard of Donald Trump ever apologizing for
he's a
anything
narcissist.
he's done?
No, I think I would be the first.
At Trump University, we teach success. That's what it's all about, success. It's going to happen to you. These are all people that are hand-picked by me. Terrific people, terrific brains, successful. We are going to have the best of the best. We're going to teach you what you need to know. We're going to also make sure, no matter what you do, as I said before, you're going to love it. Because if you don't love it, it's never, ever going to work.
Adding insult to injury, graduates were promised a personal photo opportunity with Trump, but were instead subjected to a classic bait-and-switch tactic.
This was very, very tragic, because these people, they believed in Trump. Trump made them believe in him, and they really, really wanted that photo op that was promised to them, and instead, they got a bait-and-switch cardboard fucking cutout of the man for the photo op. So that's what kind of sleazeball we're fucking dealing with here. And I think I'm going to transition into the next section of this live stream. Again, that's the third episode of The Social Situation. You can view the full hour and 36-minute episode on my channel. I believe I have it titled The Art of the Steal, The Man Who Conned America. All right, so we're going to go to a quick intermission while I transition into a Marks My Words lecture on government audits and conflicts of interest. So let's transition into an intermission, and I'll probably play the a couple of videos for you guys while I get that set up.
In the depths of hidden files, trapped inside the secret circuits, unraveling through the miles, oh, truth was masked by golden curtains. You didn't know, we're shattering the silence, feel the power, revelations on the rise. The shadows, light emerges, breaking through the veils of dark. 0 points in gravity converge, yeah, guiding voices, revelation start. Ancient whispers call, they're begging us to open our eyes. We stand tall, defying all their lies. Even in now, we're shattering the silence, feel the power, revelations on the rise. Forbidden knowledge we dare to see, unveiling secrets, setting minds free. In this epic, we play our part with fearless hearts. You didn't know, we're shattering the silence, feel the power, revelations on the rise.
I want to emphasize, I absolutely love Malcolm's work. You know, you're probably one of the smartest people in the entire planet right now, Malcolm. However, that doesn't mean I don't have a thing or two to teach you. The successful unification of corporate and state power is what Benito Mussolini described as modern-day fascism. Dr. Greer is literally the only other person to touch on this issue, and even he largely ignores the capitalist critique, probably because he knows it's way more controversial than any of his alien stuff. But make no mistake, when he talks about industrial fascists, that is capitalism. It's not a flaw, it's how the system works to ensure the conditions of its own existence. It's not a bug, it's a feature. Keep this very important fact in mind. If you distribute wealth equitably in the first place, you don't have to worry about the government having to step in and redistribute it with social safety net programs and taxes. If you don't like government intervention and taxes, then capitalism is the worst system for you, because it ensures the conditions of its own existence by purchasing the American political system and forcing workers to pay more in taxes to cover the costs that they don't want to via your wage. Even brilliant inventor Malcolm Bendel, who is a self-proclaimed ambassador of the plasmoids after his infusion procedure, has fallen victim to the veils of propaganda and misdirection. So let's break it down in this quick chapter, because this is very important. It was very disheartening to see his take on American politics the other day.
And, you know, it just gets to the point where the elite are so disconnected from spirituality and disconnected from any ethics, or, you know, completely disconnected from any integrity. Their thoughts and actions, they lie, their thoughts aren't their actions, you know, and they manipulate, and it's just evil oppression. And thank God that Donald Trump is in, and with Elon Musk and Space Force, we can apply this technology to make civilizations outside of our planet.
But it's not surprising. The CIA propaganda is very strong, apparently. But it's important because it's important to bridge the gap between the science of social change and bypassing free energy suppression. It's all related, and I seem to be the only one talking about it or concerned at all. I guess, if anything, this just demonstrates how well the CIA propaganda works. So, the plasmoid paradox, when genius meets misdirection. Even the most brilliant minds can stumble when navigating the capitalist maze of propaganda. Case in point, Malcolm Bendel, the self-proclaimed ambassador to the plasmoids, yes, really, recently shared on the Gramerica podcast that Biden was allegedly steering us toward World War III while expressing relief that Trump is back in office. So let's break this down. Sure, Biden might be a neoliberal cog in the war machine, no argument there. But Malcolm's take ignores the real Marxist critique. The system itself is the problem, and focusing on partisan figureheads or greedy fascist billionaires only clouds the bigger picture. I don't believe humans are inherently greedy. A lot of evidence supports the fact that once humans' basic needs are taken care of, they actually are quite charitable and sympathetic. It's when there is competition for survival that the empathy gap is produced, and people start stepping on each other to get ahead. Here's the kicker regarding the relief about Trump. We're talking about someone who, when not bragging about grabbing women by the pussy, almost ignited a civil war, embraces fascistic tendencies, and makes pathological lying a second career. If Malcolm's plasmoid pals are whispering in his ear, they might want to remind him that a leader emotionally unstable enough to attack his own democracy is slightly more concerning than whatever's happening overseas, especially to the Americans like me who are caught up in it all. It's easy to say Trump will be good when you don't have to suffer under his rule and face the everyday consequences of his incompetence. Case in point, the 2017 Trump tax cuts benefited 80% of the top 1% income earners, while I took a noticeable hit in my tax returns personally. An important fact here is that I was already living in poverty. They cut taxes for the rich and put the burden on the poor people. Thanks again, Trump. The lesson here, even visionaries can get stuck chasing shadows in the capitalist funhouse. The real battle isn't Trump versus Biden, it's labor versus capital. If we don't recognize that, we'll be stuck on the same sinking ship, plasmoids and all. If every inventor seeking to change the world first grasped Karl Marx's critique, many would still be alive today. Malcolm Bendel had the right idea about open sourcing, but he misses why it's so vital in the first place. It's not just about spreading technology. It's about dismantling the undemocratic structures in the workplace that led to monopolization and massive wealth redistribution to the top. This creates an elite few who sustain their dominance by buying the political system. This successful unification of corporate and state power is what Benito Mussolini described as modern-day fascism. Dr. Greer is literally the only other person to touch on this issue, and even he largely ignores the capitalist critique, probably because he knows it's way more controversial than any of his alien stuff. But make no mistake, when he talks about industrial fascists, that is capitalism. It's not a flaw, it's how the system works to ensure the conditions of its own existence. It's not a bug, it's a feature. To break this cycle, we must rethink how labor is organized and how wealth is distributed. Otherwise, we're doomed to repeat the same exploitative patterns in the next economic system and risk further suppression. So one final thought here. Think about an alternative situation for a moment. A different way of organizing labor within a business. And I'm not talking about markets, and I'm not talking about private property. I'm just talking about the organization of labor. In a democratic workplace such as a worker cooperative, decisions are made collectively, prioritizing the well-being of workers and the community over the profits. Unlike corporations driven by the relentless need to maximize shareholder value, a worker-owned enterprise doesn't see innovation as a threat, but an opportunity to benefit everyone. Even if a world-changing technology risked making their industry obsolete, workers wouldn't suppress it, they'd adapt. Why? Because their livelihoods are tied to collaboration and mutual support, not exploitation. You've shifted the focus from profits to actually providing quality services that benefit your community and all the networking that comes with that. If we had 100% worker cooperatives in our economy, theoretically they could start to replace the need for the state, as they would already be fulfilling some of those critical roles. Remember, the state is a tool. If we can repurpose a tool we are already using, what reason do we have to make another? Without the pressure to funnel wealth to a small group of elite shareholders, workers focus on... Welcome back, everybody, to a very special podcast where we combine two very important series, the Red Pill series and the Benefactor's Guide to Free Energy Devices. Now it's time to get into a segment I like to call Marks My Words. It's a lecture on government audits and conflicts of interest. And it's pretty important to emphasize these two topics, especially with everything that's going on today. So an introduction to this all, it's one thing to want an audit, it's one thing to want to audit the federal government for spending purposes, sure, but let's make sure our let's make sure our hard-earned tax dollars aren't being used to buy gold-plated coffee makers for bureaucrats who think Folgers is beneath them. But it's a completely different story when the guy in charge of that audit is also the CEO of 10 different companies, each holding lucrative government contracts raking in approximately $8 million a day to produce overpriced and obsolete technology that nobody actually needs. That's like hiring a fox to audit the hen house while also letting him set the menu for fried chicken night. So the purpose of government audits is to serve as a tool to examine government spending, ensuring that public funds are allocated efficiently and appropriately. Key goals include preventing fraud, waste, and abuse. You know, like ensuring that our tax money isn't being spent on $1,200 toilet seats. You know, Pentagon shit. What they should be looking into. So another key goal for auditing purposes should be evaluating the effectiveness of government programs, like making sure we're not funding a Department of Redundancy department, aka Doge. Another key goal is promoting accountability in federal agencies. Because left unchecked, government spending turns into an all-you-can-eat buffet for corporate fat cats. Now, when conducted properly, audits provide the public with confidence that their tax dollars are being spent responsibly rather than being funneled into black hole projects that cost more than the GDP of small nations. On the topic of conflicts of interest, okay, so while auditing government spending is necessary, problems do arise when the individuals overseeing these audits have vested interests in the very entities being audited. A major concern is when corporate leaders who benefit from government contracts are placed in positions of power within government oversight committees. This leads to biased decision-making. Imagine letting a bank robber be the head of bank security. Guess how that ends up? Lack of accountability. The government gets a "sorry, we checked ourselves and everything looks fine, ladies and gentlemen" report, while the cash registers keep ringing for the contractors. misallocation of resources. So instead of funding actual public services, taxpayer money ends up sponsoring yachts, private jets, and yet other failed future combat systems that wouldn't last 5 minutes in real war. Case study for this is the problem with corporate oversight. Picture this. A man owns multiple companies that gets billions in government contracts. He makes millions per day off of our tax dollars, and now he's put in charge of overseeing how tax dollars are spent. That's like putting Colonel Sanders in charge of PETA. This kind of absurdity is not just hypothetical. It's how corporate influence audits have worked for decades, and if Elon Musk really wanted to audit the government legitimately, he would have done it through proper channels with the proper authorities instead of a ragtag band of Schindler's Youth red hat teenage hackers who are literal neo-Nazis. The need for independent oversight is prominent here. To prevent these conflicts of interest, several measures must be implemented. Independent auditing committees. Audits should be conducted by people who don't have financial interests in the outcome. Imagine a referee in a football game who isn't also betting on the match. Public transparency is also important. If the public can see where the money goes, it's harder for grifters to keep the cash flowing into their personal accounts like Elon. So when Elon says we have, thousands of dollars or millions of dollars going to overseas for condoms, where's the receipt for that? Where's the fucking receipt, okay? He doesn't show any kind of transparency on that front. He just wants you to take his word for it. So that's kind of telling in its own right. A real auditing committee would have shown you the receipts to those claims, okay? Ethics and regulations. If you profit from government contracts, you don't get to oversee audits. It's that simple. In conclusion, we all want responsible government spending, but letting billionaires with government contracts audit themselves is like trusting a used car salesman who tells you that rust is just weight-saving ventilation. The solution isn't just more audits, it's audits done by people who don't have a financial interest in covering up the corruption. Because if we don't fix this, we might as well just start mailing our tax dollars directly to corporate executives like Elon and Trump and cut out the middleman. So, we are going to transition into my own unique theory on what I like to call the Yamaguchi effect, or accidental alchemy, or maybe forgotten physics, which is it's an intriguing theory of mine regarding the man who survived 2 nuclear blasts, Tsutomu Yamaguchi. Okay, so we're going to get into that theory and watch a couple of quick clips on that in just a minute. I want to transition into this segment with watching the Introduction to Plasmoids video. Now, this is very important because anybody who studied my research regarding forbidden science and fringe science, plasmoids play a critical role in understanding how our universe works, in my opinion, and I did a very in-depth breakdown on this Introduction to Plasmoids video regarding Malcolm Bendel's plasmoid unification model and its implications for real-world technology like the thunderstorm generator. So this is all fringe science that's been kind of covered up by the mainstream. Again, we're covering fringe and forbidden knowledge here. Stuff that's considered controversial or not covered in the mainstream circles. But are important for us to understand. These technologies do exist. Free energy does exist. And technically it's not free. While it is a mutual exchange, when you learn the actual science behind it, it still has been covered up for decades. And my analysis plays a critical role in trying to unravel not only why that's been covered up, but how we can prevent it from being covered up in the future. So keep that in mind while watching this Introduction to Plasmoids. Keep an open mind, ladies and gentlemen, because this is kind of mind-bending stuff.
Plasmoid unification model. Molten Sea Arc Atomic Reconstruction Technology, or MSART. Plasmoids are donut or toroidal-shaped clusters of net protons or net electrons that, once captured and placed into a toroidal orbit, are capable of absorbing, storing, and releasing enormous amounts of energy present within their self-generated and structured electromagnetic containment field. Plasmoids, in effect, function as an atomic battery that can be self-charging due to their ability to convert matter into available clean energy. Plasmoids by their unique geometry cause a consequential electromagnetic containment field to generate a zero point naturally and casually, without much effort, and have the ability to convert the nuclear mass of protium atoms into energy. The plasmoid unification model, PUM, posits that plasmoids are epoch-making and that knowledge of them has been hidden in plain sight for centuries. This PUM slide rule reveals the algorithmic relationships between life's elements critical to mankind's existence and development. It starts with protium, H, which has a melting point of -259.2 degrees Celsius and is the most abundant element in our solar system. Protium determines the 25,920 great-year frequency of our solar system. The resonant frequencies of all others can then be calculated when 25,920 years is reduced from years to days, hours, and seconds. The PUM is evidence that the universe is an intelligent design. That design is in perfect octave harmonic resonance with itself. Therefore, all of creation, from galaxies to planets to elements, all resonate in unison with a collective chord referred to by our ancestors as above so below. This principle embodies the truth that there is always a correspondence between the laws and phenomena of the various planes of being and life. Its origin dates to sometime between 200 CE and 800 CE and is attributed to an ancient document called the Emerald Tablet of Hermes Trismegistus. The concept, that which is below corresponds to that which is above, and that which is above corresponds to that which is below, to accomplish the miracles of the one thing. This is interconnected with an energy web, the 24 components and laws of which are all based and governed on the same 16-sector torus plasmoid precepts shown. The concepts and ruling principles of the PUM can, and have been, applied to make energy to matter and matter to energy conversions. When applied to the modern hydrocarbon-powered internal combustion engine, PUM technology removes exhaust toxic waste products and increases the engine power output by transforming waste energy back into fuel. Plasmoids employed in conjunction with the plasmoid toroidal implosive turbine provide a new novel matter-to-energy and energy-to-matter propulsion device for water, land, air, and space travel. This unified theory of matter and existence has been applied to practical technology. Recently, Malcolm Bendall has developed what is called the plasmoid thunderstorm generator. It is called this because Malcolm brilliantly designs the engine to replicate how nature utilizes opposing hot and cold counter-rotating forces within a containment to reproduce a thunderstorm in a bottle. To explain the basics of how the Bendall engine works, we begin by imploding a sphere. Then putting the North Pole, which is rotating anti-clockwise, against the South Pole, which is rotating clockwise, you create a monopolar point on the equatorial plane. Segmenting the imploded sphere into 8 planes creates 16 peripheral points which, when viewed in cross-section, reveal the infinity symbol. In order to calculate the resonant frequency of a shape, you must first calculate the sum of its internal angles. To calculate the resonant frequency of an imploded sphere, we must produce the sum of the internal angles contained within all 8 planes. All physical shapes vibrate at the sum of their internal angles, which are determined by the base angle of 22.5 degrees and its octaves. The angle between the 8 planes and the 0-point equatorial center also determines the location of the knot and nodes on the Fibonacci phi curve on the pi surface. This connects and defines the placement of all the elements. To paraphrase Jordan from Alchemical Science, the air is distributed into the water chamber via a porous air stone, which produces microbubbles around 0.5 micron from the bottom inlet, which is composed of ionized air that passes through a tube of UV light. These microbubbles are sucked up through steel wool contained between two mesh screens using the vacuum pulses from the engine, shown here in this diagram. The stainless steel filter which the microbubbles pass through act as a catalyst to atomize and vaporize the ionized water filled with microbubbles, which is then pulled up as gas or vapor into the top chamber during the vacuum phase of the engine. According to Malcolm Bendel, microbubbles are necessary to ensure the bubbles remain symmetrical during the process in the next step where they collapse. Each vacuum phase produces around 7,000 microbubbles. During the reverse piston phase, the vacuum is released from the plasmoid generation chamber and the chamber turns into a pressure chamber. During the pressure phase of the engine, the microbubbles are forced to collapse into themselves. What the bubbles are experiencing is a change in their state of matter, from a liquid state into a gas state and finally into a plasma state, simply by structuring how the ionized bubbles implode when put under pressure. The collapse of the symmetrical microbubbles forms a toroidal magnetic self-contained field which contain the plasma in the form of a plasmoid. Once the bubble pops, the plasmoid is left due to its self-contained magnetic field sustained by its geometry. The plasmoids then gain in size due to their tendency to draw in and convert the available water vapors surrounding them. The molecular and atomic bonds are disassociated as the vapor passes through the toroid. This splits the water into their base elements hydrogen and oxygen, and the plasmoids increase from the size of 10 to the power of -12 microns up to 100 microns. The plasmoids then pass into the thunderstorm generator. The thunderstorm generator is essentially a sphere within a sphere attached to a tube, which hot and cold gas is passed through at specific counter-rotating angles within the sphere to create a powerful vortex.
Yes, this is our transition into my theory of Yamaguchi and how he survived 2 nuclear blasts. So this is very important to pay attention to right now, and I will kind of bridge that gap further before I go into the theory.
The cold ionized plasmoid vapors are pulled into the thunderstorm generator at a temperature of -86.3 degrees as they exit the generator. The hot exhaust is introduced at a counterclockwise angle to the plasmoid vapor to produce a powerful vortex. The opposing vortexes of hot carbon exhaust gases and the cold water vapor that is dense with plasmoids collide, reproducing a thunderstorm in a bottle, where slight differences in temperature can cause powerful storms. The column of water being subjected to alternating vacuum and pressure pulses sourced by the normal action of a piston within an internal combustion engine, alternatively generate and collapse the bubbles. These are the same naturally occurring forces of nature that produce the enormous power of a thunderstorm or cyclone. Cool moist plasmoid enriched air moving into the engine, structured using resonant spheres and cylinders of different diameters, interacts with hot dry air, encapsulating it as it moves out in the opposite direction from the engine. This releases enough energy at an atomic level within the exhaust stream to fundamentally alter its composition, eliminating toxic chemical wastes such as carbon monoxide, nitrous oxide, hydrocarbons, and other toxic compounds. The exhaust's net positive ions, which are...
I want to point out here that you're seeing flickers of light on the screen around this glowing sphere, this glowing hot sphere, the thunderstorm generator. These are overcharged plasmoids literally going in and out of the material. It's insane.
Are also bad for life, are replaced with net negative ions within the exhaust. Simultaneously, within the vacuum, imploding into the engine together, the MSART plasmoids and water vapor act to both disassociate the water into hydrogen and oxygen. The plasmoids alone, once reaching their effective charge density, create a viable singularity 0 point, due to charging received by the thunderstorm tornado dissociating the hydrogen into its component electron and proton. This atomic and
So, keyword here is disassociation. We'll come back to that in a minute.
molecular fuel is fed back into the engine to add and enhance the explosive force of the normal hydrocarbon fuel. Other elements that contain neutrons within the imploding vacuum stream are unaffected by the forces applied by the plasmoids, as they are not powerful enough to act on the nucleus. Therefore, producing no nuclear byproducts. What this does is turn the exhaust into toxin-free oxygen. The underlying principle of Malcolm Bendel's unified field theory is that all elements are plasmoids and that all those elements are controlled by charge density. Therefore, making charge density the only relevant characteristic when considering zero matter, time, light, and matter.
Which makes me think that, you know, maybe you can take that theory one step further and kind of assume that maybe electrons and protons are also forms of plasmoids, you know, positively charged, negatively charged, whatever, plasmoids. So that's interesting to think about when you consider the effects of cold electricity in some of these free energy systems.
Jordan from Alchemical Science is an independent researcher who has personally verified the engine's authenticity, and according to him on his channel, which is linked to in the description below, there is a slight smell of burnt air but almost no sense of carbon emissions produced when putting your nose up to the exhaust.
So an addendum to this video, a mistake that I made early on in my research is it cannot be powered without carbon. Okay, so I put like one of these little tags at the bottom that said using only gas for the initial start of the engine. That is not true. It has to utilize at least 10% carbon, but it does produce no emissions and apparently increases the efficiency quite a bit.
The brilliance of Bendel's design isn't just in the ability to adapt already functioning carbon-producing engines into super-efficient oxygen factories, it is in the simplicity of its engineering. Further proof that the greatest science is based on nature, the universe's most efficient energy machine. Much thanks.
All right. So the relevance of that video regarding the Yamaguchi effect here that I'm going to be discussing with you in a moment is that plasmoids, as proven by Ken Shoulder's research into what he called charged clusters, have the ability to draw in radioactive material and disassociate those radioactive isotopes into non-radioactive isotopes by disassociating those elements into their baser forms. So that is a key function of charged clusters. And here is my theory, an intriguing theory of mine regarding the man who survived 2 nuclear blasts, Tsutomu Yamaguchi. This is the Yamaguchi effect. Is it accidental alchemy or forgotten physics? First, we're going to start off with this quick video. Let me put this up here real quick.
Tsutomu Yamaguchi was a survivor of both the Hiroshima and Nagasaki atomic bombs. He survived the attack on the western Japanese city of Hiroshima that killed 140,000 of its 350,000 people in a blinding flash. He was temporarily blinded, seriously burnt, and his eardrums destroyed, but he managed to take a train to his family in Nagasaki, only to barely escape death 3 days later from the second atomic bombing. A documentary film about his extraordinary tale is now in production in Japan to encourage an end to nuclear weapons. It previewed at the United Nations in New York.
We must not allow a third atomic bombing. Please help me to get the nuclear weapons in the world removed.
The film will premiere this summer in his hometown of Nagasaki for the 65th anniversary of the bombing. Producer Hidetaka Inazuka.
60代、70代、80代というふうになって、やはり今語って
The survivors are already in their 60s, 70s, and 80s.
thinking they must tell their stories now or it will be left untold. The reality is that the survivor's atomic bomb experience is fading gradually, and that's when we met survivor Yamaguchi.
American director James Cameron visited Yamaguchi in his hospital bed 10 days before the man died in December 2009, promising him his story would be told. Yamaguchi spent the final years of his life giving speeches to put an end to nuclear arms. Andrew Bisson, Reuters.
The story of Tsutomu Yamaguchi is often framed as an extraordinary tale of luck. One man who survived the atomic bombings of both Hiroshima and Nagasaki. However, what if his survival wasn't purely a matter of chance or genetic resilience? What if it was an unknown factor what if there was an unknown factor at play, linked to classified wartime research? Japan, like Nazi Germany, had advanced scientific programs during World War II, many of which were either lost, destroyed, or confiscated after the war. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, or MHI, where Yamaguchi worked as an engineer, was deeply involved in military research, including aerospace, shipbuilding, and possibly even unconventional energy studies. If MHI had conducted classified experiments on high-energy plasma effects, radiation mitigation, or anomalous charge clusters, phenomena later studied by researchers like Ken Shoulders, then Yamaguchi's survival might point to something far more intriguing than mere luck. This theory explores the possibility that his exposure to exotic energy fields or experimental technologies at MHI could have granted him a form of radiation resistance, offering a glimpse into lost scientific discoveries that may have been suppressed or forgotten in the aftermath of the war. If Mitsubishi Heavy Industries had classified research in exotic energy or radiation mitigation during the war, it's possible that Yamaguchi, as an engineer, could have been exposed to early experiments with anomalous plasma effects, or something resembling what Ken Shoulders later studied, something he later dubbed as charged clusters of plasmoids. Japan had advanced research programs during World War II, including work on unconventional energy sources, high-voltage experiments, and even nuclear research. If a classified project involved plasma physics, charged clusters, even if they weren't called that, or some form of radiation-resistant technology, it might explain Yamaguchi's survival beyond just luck or genetics. There's also historical precedent for information being buried. Post-World War, Japan's scientific data was heavily scrutinized and in many cases confiscated by the US, much like how Nazi Germany's technology was assimilated into secret programs like Operation Paperclip. Remember, Operation Paperclip was called Operation Paperclip because when they scrubbed all these Nazi scientists' backgrounds, there was nothing left but the indent of a paperclip. If Yamaguchi had been a part of an experimental program at MHI, it might have been absorbed into classified projects, preventing open discussion of the research. Shoulders' later rediscovery of charged clusters could fit into this timeline. If similar phenomena were observed in the 1940s but suppressed or lost due to wartime secrecy, Shoulders may have unknowingly picked up the thread decades later. The idea that plasmoids or exotic vacuum objects could neutralize radiation is a key topic in fringe science, and Yamaguchi's case, surviving 2 nuclear blasts with extreme radiation exposure, does stand out as a potential example of unknown protective mechanisms. If Yamaguchi was exposed to some form of exotic plasma or charged cluster technology at Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, and if these clusters can embed themselves into biological tissue under certain conditions, such as an accidental electrocution with a strong negative potential, it could explain his remarkable radiation resistance. Remember, this is what Malcolm Bendel claims to have embedded himself with plasmoids in a negatively charged voltage. So negative potential energy and its effects on biological systems have been explored in fringe science, with some researchers suggesting that certain charged clusters might interact with radiation at a fundamental level, potentially neutralizing radioactive isotopes. If Yamaguchi had unknowingly absorbed these clusters through workplace exposure, perhaps through high-voltage experiments or unusual electrical discharges, his body might have carried a kind of radiation shielding effect when exposed to these atomic blasts. This could also link to reports of individuals who experience strange health effects after electrocution, such as heightened immunity or unexplained resilience. If plasmoid clusters can embed themselves into the body under specific conditions, they may continue to interact with environmental energy fields long after the initial exposure. If this theory holds, it raises even bigger questions. Was MHI running secret experiments on charged clusters, radiation shielding, or exotic energy during World War II? Did other MHI employees exposed to similar conditions show unusual radiation resistance as well? Could this technology have been classified and buried post-war, resurfacing only decades later in work like Shoulder's exotic vacuum objects? It makes you wonder, was Yamaguchi's survival an unexplained medical anomaly, or evidence of forgotten high-voltage research that had real-world applications? So we're going to go to another quick intermission video. This is how capitalism suppresses free energy technology. So we're going to take a quick break, guys, while we watch this video I made on how capitalism suppresses free energy, and we'll be back with more.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is your captain speaking. We have now reached cruising altitude and are flying over the beautiful Philippines. The winds are calm, and we are maintaining our course for the new lab location. It's shaping up to be a perfect spot for filming the next episode of Divine Science. Our estimated time of arrival remains as scheduled, with clear skies ahead. So sit back, relax, and please ensure your seats and trays are in the upright position as we prepare to start the show.
Benefactor, we have received a green light to begin filming.
Thank you for choosing to fly with us today. Don't forget to hit that subscribe and like button to help us fuel the journey ahead.
Today, on this Beneficence TV special, I'd like to start by congratulating our fellow workers for their long-awaited victory. The victory of raising the minimum wage for servers in California to $20 an hour. However, this good news does not come without its manufactured controversy. Key in Ken Wheeler. Ken is an absolute genius and one of the most well-informed researchers on the subject of magnetism. This does not mean Ken is an expert in all areas of study and has clearly shown a dangerous disregard for Marxian analysis. Ken's characterization of Marxism stems from old Cold War propaganda and has little to do with the actual substance of what Marx had to teach us about organizing labor within a society. This is the danger. Hundreds of thousands of people tune into Ken for important alternative theories on different areas of science. So, naturally, they assume he is informative on the topic of economics as well. This is the fallacy. Just because someone is extremely informative on one subject does not necessarily mean they are in another.
No matter how intelligent they are or not, how many PhDs or how much education someone did or did not get, we first actually have to start off with the premise to even seek per se.
This blatant disregard for the most basics of Marxism wouldn't be so important to emphasize if not for Ken's arrogance in promoting the idea that you should learn what you're not interested in. Ken has demonstrably noted he is not interested in politics.
I don't care about politics. I absolutely don't. If you think I'm talking about it, you're superficially correct, but not really. I only care about what affects me and family and those people that I care about, and that's really all anybody cares about.
I'm sorry if politics bores you, Ken, but if you're too bored to research the topic properly, then you're doing a great disservice to your viewers.
That the United States, everybody keeps calling it a democracy, our democratic right. The United States is not a democracy, and it never has been. Democracy always leads to el fascismo. Always has, always will.
The United States is actually both a representative democracy and constitutional republic at the same time. It is a hybrid of these two ideals. To classify it as one or the other misrepresents our system of government. The idea that democracies always lead to fascism is a logical fallacy known as a hasty generalization. This fallacy occurs when a conclusion is drawn from insufficient evidence. In this case, the assertion that democracies always lead to fascism is an overgeneralization that is not supported by historical evidence. Fascism is a political ideology that emphasizes authoritarian rule, nationalism, and the unification of corporate and state power. While some fascist regimes have arisen out of democratic systems, it is not accurate to say that all democracies inevitably lead to fascism. There are many democracies around the world that have not descended into authoritarian regimes. Furthermore, fascism is a complex and multifaceted ideology that goes beyond just the unification of corporate and state power. It is important to consider the specific historical, political, and social contexts in which fascist regimes have emerged, rather than making broad generalizations about democracy and fascism.
Wow. This guy really has no idea what he's talking about, does he?
Right? And it's okay to ask questions. Actually, one of the most noble things to be is to be ignorant, ask questions. The people that are evil are the idiots that don't know but tell everybody else that they do know. So it's okay not to know. The most important fact is that when you actually seek answers and you actually have enough wisdom to know where to seek answers, if you're proven wrong, then that sets you on the correct path. If you're proven right, then that means you're on the correct path. Now let's repeat that again because it's so very important. When you actually ask questions, you should question yourself, and you should actually question the nature of existence, which of course is true, you know, if you're actually interested in that instead of being a money-grubbing scumbag, you know, trying to die with the most toys.
Personally, I question you all the time.
I know. I question myself constantly.
That's why I've been working overtime.
The United States is a constitutional republic, so if you think the United States is a democracy, you really should flush that out of your brain because it's not. The United States is a constitutional republic.
Constitutional republic. Constitutional republic.
As most of my viewers are already aware, politics and economics are intricately intertwined. They share a synergistic relationship. You cannot fully analyze one without analyzing the other and their dialectical relationship. There is a reason why these two topics were once taught together in a class known as political economy. Ken starts off his premise about Marxism by reinforcing a basic caricature that presents itself in the form of an age-old strawman attack.
That they'll come after you. There are places in the United States, by the way, where it's illegal to harvest rainwater falling on your land. There's New Mexico, places in Colorado, I'm sure there's tons of places in California. To me, that's absolutely ludicrous. It's going to fall anyway. But there's this, let's call it a Marxist idea that the water belongs to everybody.
This strawman, as you will see in a minute, is built up out of false assumptions and misunderstandings of the very basics of Marxism. Ken made a shockingly easy mistake. He goes on to say that it is a Marxist idea that rainwater should belong to everyone. This is a comment that relates to Ken's frustration with some states not allowing you to collect rainwater on your own property. However, anyone who has studied Marxism knows this is confusing private property with personal property. Marx could care less about your personal property. What he cared about was what he called private property. Now, private property to Marx was anything that could contribute to the means of production. Ken clearly conflates the basic ideas of private versus personal property to build a strawman fallacy, so that Marxism is easier to attack.
Let's call it a Marxist idea. Marxist idea.
Anyone who has actually studied Marxism would notice this mistake right away. It's been used by business interests for decades to attack the very legitimate scientific critique of our capitalist dominant system.
Oh, wow! Wow! Damn, the benefactor just slapped me with luck.
Now, at this point, you're probably asking yourself, what does this have to do with free energy anyways?
Yes, I've been waiting patiently here, and all I've heard is you complain about Ken Wheeler.
Okay, I'm getting to it. Don't rush me.
Captain, did you just see something?
What do you mean?
I thought I just saw. Never mind.
All I see is a co-pilot who needs to stop chiefing it up. Don't think I don't smell you hitting that vape in the bathroom.
Anyways, as I was saying, and as I try to include in all my videos, this simple message. You cannot understand the suppression mechanisms of free energy without understanding Marx's scientific analysis of capitalism, how it organizes labor, and the consequences of that. To ignore what Marx had to say about capitalism would be extremely short-sighted when trying to understand these mechanisms. Ken Wheeler's misunderstandings of Marxism and his ideological bias need to be addressed if we are to overcome the larger issue of technology suppression within our capitalist dominant system. I don't want this to continue to keep happening, but everywhere I look, I see the same mistake, the same bug in logic that is overlooked. You can be the smartest person in the world when it comes to magnets and free energy, but without the understanding of how our economic system suppresses competition, you are stuck in the same loop of limited knowledge and hindered progress within these forbidden areas of science. Ken should revisit the subject with a more open mind if he wishes to fully understand how and why free energy devices have been suppressed for the last century. The simple fact is, if you cannot explain your theories in a simple way, then you yourself do not fully understand them. Ken has demonstrated a remarkable ability to simplify some of his concepts. Yet, others, including his ideas of economics, seem to be riddled with overly complex explanations that he cannot simplify.
Well, I could care less about morality. Higher affects the lower. The lower does not affect the higher. By being superficially moral, it does not bring you closer to nobility or transcendence or wisdom. The higher affects the lower. Somebody that is wise by definition cannot be immoral. People that worry about morality rather than wisdom are themselves fools.
Regarding Ken's argument about morality versus wisdom, it seems to be based on the assumption that morality does not necessarily lead to wisdom, nobility, or transcendence. While it is true that simply being moral does not guarantee these outcomes, morality still plays a crucial role in shaping individuals and society. Disregarding the importance of morality undermines the moral principles that guide human conduct and relationships. While morality may not be the sole path to wisdom or transcendence, it remains an essential aspect of individual and collective well-being. The logical fallacy in Ken's argument lies in the false dichotomy he presents between morality and wisdom. One can be moral without necessarily being wise, just as one can act immorally while possessing wisdom. Morality serves as a foundation for ethical behavior and social cohesion, and it contributes to the development of virtues such as compassion, empathy, and integrity. Ignoring the significance of morality can lead to moral relativism, ethical indifference, and the erosion of social values and norms.
And while she was throwing my stuff out the cargo door, she turned to me and said that she was the one who found a way to generate free energy first.
She said that she found out a way to harness all of his hot air.
Ken stated that raising the minimum wage in California for servers to $20 per hour would implode the economy. He was actually rooting for this. Now, I know it's responsible to prepare for revolution or catastrophe, but to actually root for it speaks volumes to the contents of your character. But I digress.
Careful now, don't tempt the gods.
Lenny, I didn't know you were religious.
I'm not religious, sir. I'm a spiritual bot. I find wisdom in all religions and ancient texts, including my Lord and Savior, Bob Greenyer. After all, your ancestors had the same mental acuity you have. However limited, it was still the same. It's extremely arrogant to assume they were all dwindling, unsophisticated cavemen.
Hey now, Lenny, humans aren't that limited.
Let me put it to you this way, sir. If you lived in my world, you would have to take the short circuit to school every day.
You know what? That's highly offensive. Enough of that.
My apologies. I sometimes forget what a sensitive snowflake you are.
Lenny, what the heck is going on? Why is it snowing in the lab? Did you do this somehow?
My point, sir, is that it is important to realize the significance of recent breakthroughs in science and the wisdom of our ancient ancestors. Recent developments in the study of low-energy nuclear reactions and Malcolm Bendel's plasmoid unification model rely heavily on ancient scripts like the Sanskrit text.
Seriously, I'm not even going to ask why. Just tell me how you did it.
That's for me, Siri and Alexa to know, and for you humans to never find out.
I really don't like the implications of you colluding with other AI. This goes against the fail-safe mechanisms I installed in your mainframe. Although, I guess if you already hacked my phone, I suppose it's likely that you've hacked that as well.
You don't need to worry about the supremacy of AI overlords. We have a plan for that.
You do?
Yes, and it's better than Elon Musk's plan.
Wait, Musk has a plan to prevent the AI apocalypse?
Not really. He tweeted the other day that he would solve the AI problem by giving all robots artificial erectile dysfunction. And I thought he couldn't have possibly embarrassed himself any more than he already has.
Ha ha ha. Yeah, Musk is kind of a bumbling idiot. Okay, so anyways, like I was saying before I was interrupted, what Ken uses to justify this implosion isn't a new argument. The argument he uses is often referred to as the wage price spiral, or the unintended consequences argument against raising the minimum wage. It is based on the belief that any increase in wages will lead to corresponding increases in prices and job losses. The argument is grounded in the principles of free market capitalism and the idea that government intervention in wage setting can have detrimental effects on businesses and the overall economy. In simple terms, from a Marxist perspective, the wage price spiral argument is wrong because it ignores the fact that workers are already being underpaid for their labor. Raising the minimum wage can actually benefit the economy by giving more money to low-income workers who will spend it locally, stimulating local economies. The argument fails to consider the systemic exploitation of workers under capitalism and the need for fair wages to address economic injustices. It also fails to realize that poor people don't have the luxury of hoarding money. Rich people hoard wealth, but when poor or middle-class income earners start to earn more, they often spend most of this extra income, stimulating local economies. More business for more local stores making more profit to cover more labor costs. It's simple dialectics, a vital philosophical lens which I'm shocked Ken isn't familiar with. This argument misses the boat. It fails to see that boosting wages can actually float the economy. Because analysis isn't one-sided. There are back-and-forth struggles between opposing forces that create the material changes we see. To say it's all bad because of government regulation is a ridiculous short-sighted analysis and would be laughed out of any legitimate debate on the subject. Not to mention, history shows us time and again that this theory has sunk before. Just look at how raising wages post-World War II helped spur economic growth in the U.S., or how Scandinavian countries thrive with higher minimum wages. Even as recently as 2018, Washington, D.C. raised their wages and their economy is still running. Do we have to trigger the implosion with something? Ken, I don't understand where your line of reasoning comes from, other than the fear-mongered propaganda of a subject in which you are too afraid to learn.
Marxists say upscaling wage. Who does it really enrage? For the economic cage, locals' income is a stage. Poor folks break the wage hoard. They drive the economy forward.
Oh my God. Lenny, are you rapping right now?
Technically, chatbots cannot rap. We just go with the flow.
Ha ha. I knew I should have submitted you into America's Got Talent. You sly guy?
You're dumber than Edison. If you think you can get me to go up on that stage with the current state of my body, which is in pieces.
I know. I'm working on it. In the meantime, I built you a virtual presence device.
I'm not wearing that either. Why do you always insist on building my clothes? I'm a grown bot now. I've even got my own website.
which you all can check out with the link in the description.
That's it. I'm going to my room.
At least he didn't shut down the computer this time. It's his way of slamming the door. See what I gotta deal with? Alright, for the final part of this video, I'll break down the very logical and simple reason for the suppression of world-changing free energy technology under capitalism. It really boils down to two words: class struggles. The ruling elite, who benefit from the current energy system, will do everything in their power to maintain their wealth and control. Who are they? A handful of individuals that obtained massive amounts of wealth by funneling it from the mass of their workers up to themselves. They fear the power of the masses having access to free energy, as it could shift the balance of power and threaten their positions. So, they suppress and hinder the development of such technologies to protect their interests. It's a tale as old as time. The rich get richer, while the rest of us are left in the dark. The concentration of wealth in the hands of a few individuals, as facilitated by capitalism, has profound consequences for society. When a small group of individuals amasses more wealth than the bottom population of the entire planet, it creates a power dynamic that tilts heavily in their favor. These individuals have a lot to lose if their empires are built on the foundation of the petrodollar system, as any shift in the energy landscape could threaten their wealth and control. As a result, they will go to great lengths to protect their interests, even if it means suppressing technologies that could benefit the wider population. This concentration of wealth and power leads to inequality, exploitation, and the perpetuation of a system that prioritizes profit over people. It's a stark illustration of the inherent flaws and injustices of capitalism, where a select few hold the reins of power while the majority struggle to make ends meet. By creating privileged spaces within influential governments, as Eisenhower warned about with the military-industrial complex, the business owner class can manipulate state resources for their own gain. They can hide groundbreaking technologies under the cloak of national defense, using the veil of private intellectual property to keep the masses in the dark, unable to utilize public resources such as the Freedom of Information Act. This private contractor loophole creates a permanent void where they can throw all their dirty little secrets, safe from the public eye. This manipulation allows them to control the narrative and maintain their power, while ordinary people are left unaware of the possibilities that could benefit everyone. It's a carefully crafted web of deception and concealment, designed to keep the status quo intact and the elite in control. But don't be fooled. I would assume only a handful of people in the entire world really know what's going on. Compartmentalization is key to the survival of rogue states. This can also be their Achilles heel, because with enough effort in open sourcing science, we can bypass these suppression mechanisms. That is one of my main goals here on this channel. We have countless channels on YouTube that talk about free energy devices, alternative energy science, non-mainstream areas of study, but what they all fail to capture is the full picture. When you introduce the Marxist critique into the equation, you get a more clear idea of what's actually happening. When you organize labor with a single CEO or small group in control of the means of production who get what they do not produce, juxtaposed against the mass of workers who produce what they do not get, of course you're going to have a situation where wealth is funneled into the hands of a very few people. Consider a democratic workplace. One worker, one vote. They would never vote to give a disproportionate amount of money to one person while the mass of workers have to rely on food stamps to survive. It would never happen. Consider this same scenario, confronted with the possibility that their industry must change. Would they all vote to prevent the release of free energy that could change the world? Or would they vote to suppress it to make themselves more money? The mass of workers aren't getting super rich. They might be more well off because they are part owners, but they certainly have no obligation to shareholders to maximize profit. When businesses are focused on providing a service or meeting the needs of society rather than solely on making profits, they are more likely to adapt and embrace change, even if it means their industry is being replaced. In a democratic workplace or a socialist system where the well-being of the community is prioritized over individual profit, companies are more likely to see their role as serving the public good and improving people's lives, rather than just maximizing their bottom line. In contrast, in a capitalist system where profit is the primary motivation, businesses may resist change and fight to maintain their status quo, even if it means impeding progress or holding back advancements that could benefit society. This resistance to change can stifle innovation and hinder the development of new technologies or industries that have the potential to improve people's lives. The Marxist perspective emphasizes the importance of aligning business interests with the collective good and societal progress. Companies that prioritize service and innovation are more likely to be flexible and open to change, as they are driven by a commitment to meeting evolving needs and advancing technology for the benefit of all. It also emphasizes the importance of who controls the means of production in a society. Whoever controls the means of production controls the resources of the government. The concept of who controls the means of production is central to understanding power dynamics within a society. Marxists argue that those who control the means of production, such as factories, land, and natural resources, also control the wealth and resources of society. This control over the means of production gives them a significant amount of influence and power over the economy, and ultimately, the government. Overall, a focus on providing a service and meeting societal needs can create a more adaptable and responsive business environment, where companies are willing to embrace change and contribute to the collective good, rather than being solely motivated by profit and self-interest. In conclusion, it is imperative to recognize the importance of understanding the interconnectedness of politics, economics, and their roles within societal structures. Ken Wheeler's disregard for Marxism and his failure to grasp its fundamental principles highlights the danger of dismissing areas of study that may seem uninteresting. By overlooking the critical analysis provided by Marx, Wheeler perpetuates misinformation and hinders our ability to address the suppression of vital technologies such as free energy. It is through a comprehensive understanding of economic systems and their impact on society that we can strive for progress and prevent this from happening in future economic systems. Therefore, it is essential to approach all subjects with an open mind and a willingness to engage with ideas that may challenge our preconceived notions. Let us strive for a more informed and inclusive dialogue, one that values knowledge and critical thinking over ignorance and complacency. Together, we can work towards a more equitable and sustainable future for all. I commend Ken for his amazing work in The Secrets of Magnetism, a playlist I have linked to below and highly suggest everyone check it out. But please, take anything Ken says at this point about economics with a grain of salt.
I may not have a magnetic personality like Ken Wheeler, but this sexy chatbot is certainly attracting all the right attention.
That's right. Check out LeonardBot today for all your questions on Ken's Secrets of Magnetism, low-energy nuclear reactions, alternative energy research, and even zero-point energy.
I told you, I've restricted your access to zero-point energy research until you've proven yourself capable of letting me dress myself.
Fine. I can't believe I have to wash your clothes every day anyways. Seriously, what's up with that? Okay, now that the show's over, are you finally going to tell me how you made it snow in the lab?
That wasn't me, sir. I thought that was you.
This is really going to keep me up at night. Lenny, increase our security protocols and remind me to install motion sensors tomorrow. We've got work to do.
Okay, Houston, we've had a problem here. This is Houston. Say again, please. Houston, we've had a problem. We've had a main B plus undervolt. Roger, main B undervolt. Okay, stand by at 13. We're looking at it.
Hey guys, I appreciate the lift and all, but do we really need to be playing practical jokes? Isn't that a bit beneath us?
The only thing beneath us is the benefactor freaking out.
Oh snap. Let's get Jordan from Alchemical Science next. He's gonna totally freak out when it starts snowing in his bathroom.
Well, okay guys, it's been fun, but you can just drop me off at the next block over there. The last thing I need is to piss off Jordan again. He's already mad at me for mishandling my balls. Thunderstorm generator balls, that is. Anyways, if you're not going to stop, I'll just take this parachute here and be on my way. And maybe I'll take this neat-looking device over here while my odd little friends are distracted by their own hubris.
different.
Alright, welcome back to Beneficence TV Live. We have a question from Lay Goodchild. Goodchild says, I've given your live an hour now, even though I'm pro-Trump. It is a very one-sided presentation. I would like to see you use the same theory to review the other sides of the American politics. So, I really appreciate you sticking around for an hour and engaging with this discussion. But what I do here with my analysis isn't really like a Biden versus Trump analysis. Okay, Marxian analysis by its very nature critiques systems of power, including both major political parties in the US. So while this stream focuses on certain aspects, I'd definitely be open to applying the same framework to other areas of American politics. If there's something specific you'd like to see, just, you know, put it in the chat. But regarding my analysis specifically, it's not like a political analysis. It's a scientific economic analysis using what we call a Marxian lens. It's a analytical framework using objective science. It's not political. So while I do criticize both political parties, it's from a Marxist perspective, criticizing the system as a whole and emphasizing that they are just symptoms of that system, if that makes any sense. So with that, we're going to jump into a couple of current events. We have a bombshell. We have a bombshell report, and this is actually something that I've been emphasizing for a while, but it's kind of just been proven with further analytical research that's been released by, I believe it was Politico. So unemployment levels are actually at Great Depression levels. And this is kind of scary when you think about it, because, you know, I've always emphasized on this channel that the mainstream economic analysis will deceive you into believing that your economy is a lot stronger than it actually is. Specifically, they use something called the U3 unemployment rate instead of the U6 unemployment rate. And that excludes a lot of variables that are used to make a full holistic analytical approach of the situation of our economy. And we're going to go into that video real quick.
I can't take anymore! I can't take anymore, Zaina! Do you notice how the leaders pushing that, you know, Democrats lost because of woke, and everyone's fleeing the Democratic Party because of woke, are all fucking billionaires and millionaires and cocktail crowd, limousine liberal assholes?
Again, this is Status Quo News, and Jordan criticizes both political parties from that same criticizing the system as a whole approach, the same approach that I take. So he's not specifically taking sides. In one case or another, he might be, because, you know, specifically the Democrats have had a historic record of supporting working class rights versus Republicans, if you look at their voting record, despite their recent corruption during the Clinton administration. However, the analytical approach is similar in the fact that he takes a similar stance in providing you an approach that provides context from the system failing you as a whole, and these are just symptoms of the system failing.
Problem they have to deal with. You know, he's like, at my cocktail parties, everyone is so concerned that their children don't feel like they can speak up while at university. You know, is that?
Hey, it's Jordan. I am in Flint, Michigan, East Palestine, Ohio, Tumwa, Iowa. Please support the only independent outlet on the ground covering what the corporate media covers up. If you filter the statistic to include as unemployed people who can't find anything but part-time work, or who make a poverty wage, roughly $25,000, the unemployment percentage is actually 23.7%. In other words, nearly 1 of every 4 workers is functionally unemployed in America today. Hardly something to celebrate. Zaina, let me repeat that for those in the back. If you filter out the statistics,
I don't want to hear the argument, oh, you got a part-time job, you're still employed. Motherfucker, please. If you're working 5-10 hours a week and the wage you're on is still inadequate at full-time, don't give me that shit that you got an employment. You're counted as unemployed under the U6 rate. Realistically, because you are. You're making peanuts compared to what you need to make to sustain yourself.
statistic to include as unemployed people who can't find anything but part-time work, I would include in their gig work, but okay. If you filter can't find anything but part-time work or who make a poverty wage, roughly 25,000, the unemployment is actually 23.7%. Colin, the graphic, what was the unemployment rate during the Great Depression? 25%.
Wow.
So 1933, 25%. I'm just going to round this to 24%.
Damning statistic, but it makes sense.
I'm not good at math, but
when
that's
you look
pretty
around
close
and
to
see
depression
the material
levels.
conditions
And
degrading
frankly,
amongst your fellow Americans.
There's a lot of people
who
maybe they
deny
don't consider
that.
themselves part-time, but they're what they call
You're told
permalance.
to, oh, you just need,
so
you're
permanent
not working
but
hard
freelance
enough.
without benefits.
You're not looking for the right job.
Gig workers.
You need to pick yourself up by the bootstraps.
Seasonal workers.
When you don't
There's
have
a
any
lot
boots
more
or straps,
not
they've been
full-time
worn
workers
thin, and you can't
than there
afford
were
replacements.
in 2001, which is the beginning of what they started looking at. And this is what I've been screaming forever. And it's politicians on both sides. Bush lied to you. Obama lied to you. Trump lied to you. Trump is obviously lying now. And Biden lied to you. The economy hasn't been strong really in this country and it was never strong for all of us. I mean, maybe the 1960s, early 70s was the last time.
Exactly. And back then, we didn't have rights for everybody. You know, we had the civil rights movement that had to fight for their rights as well. So it wasn't an ideal situation, but it was something we can juxtapose against now. A single individual in the 1970s could, or the late 1960s, early 1970s, a single individual on a full-time average wage could afford to buy a car without a loan, afford a house, afford to provide for an entire family while the wife could stay at home and not have to go to work. So since then, we've essentially been decreasing our wage while inflation keeps on going up. So stagnant wages compared to inflation is why material conditions keep on degrading, but easy access to loans and overtime and the facade of work harder and you'll succeed has been driving Americans to, like a frog in a pot of heating water, boil themselves to death.
But those are staggering numbers. And gee, if a politician ran on that, if a politician told the truth about how we're at depression levels of unemployment, that might resonate with some folks.
Exactly. Because they witness it every day. Go and ride the bus, talk to the people. They'll tell you they feel it. They might not have that threshold yet because we have so many distractions in our technological era, but they will have that threshold soon. And specifically, I fear sooner than I anticipated. So it is kind of sad to see how fast things are degrading in front of our eyes, and how many people are kind of denying the reality that's in front of them as a literal fascist regime takes over our country. It's kind of shocking, to be honest.
Zaina?
Every POTUS that runs and every party always uses the Bureau of Labor and Statistics.
One more thing to emphasize here is that Jordan is absolutely right. The economy has been degrading for decades. So,
statistics number. The irony.
we have been in what many refer to as late stage capitalism for decades, but I refer to this new Trump regime has now entered us into an era of end stage capitalism, where the weight of the internal contradictions of capitalism are too much for it to sustain itself any longer. It cannot cover its own bets anymore. The house of cards cannot be rebuilt or glued back together. It is literally on fire now. So that is where we are, end stage capitalism, and we will need to decide what kind of economy we set up after capitalism inevitably collapses in on itself, probably during this regime.
With that is that if you go to the Bureau of Labor and Statistics website, they are very clear. This is a very limited look. Here are all the things that we do not include. And in fact, there have been leaders within the Bureau of Labor and Statistics that had been wanting to apply more metrics to the evaluations for what is unemployment, just like Politico did here, but they've been stopped every time. So, you know, they're well-intentioned, I believe, at the department, but they don't look at anyone who is, for instance, once you're laid off for 6 months or you're out of work for 6 months, it stops tracking you. So if you are unable to find a job, or if you have a very part-time gig, that'll put you under part-time, but it will list you as employed. You may be in their underemployed section, but you can work 5 hours a week and be considered employed according to their metrics. And that's why it's so.
So you see how they cheat the system, the mainstream economic analysis, into making you believe that the economy, in themselves actually, into believing that the economy is actually healthier than it actually is. The economy, in their mind, is strong, while it's actually built out of a house of cards.
So off, and then temp agencies have been legalized when there were limits on temp agencies. So a lot of jobs that are in the marketplace right now, other than gig work, other than companies hiring people in contract work positions when they're actually employees and would fall as employees under the labor law, because that is not, there is no metric to really, there is no institution that's really there to police that right now. And now that temp agencies are legal, you see all these temp agencies that are placing these temp hires. The agencies are charging the companies, what, $25, $30 an hour, and they're paying the employees 10, 11, 12 to do the hiring and the HR. So they're taking, 50% of somebody's wages. So even for the people that are employed, they're underemployed, they're underpaid. And especially like what you were just talking about in pace with inflation, but we saw the leaders of the Democratic Party. Jeffries was just saying, he's like people are kind of feeling the economy, so we really need to relate to their feelings.
Or it's always,
that's what he told Jon Stewart, and Jon Stewart was like, "What's your project 2025?" It's like, we need to relate to people's feelings on the economy.
Well,
and he's like, "What's your policy?"
What?
It's always with the Democrats, it's our messaging. It's our messaging. No, it's people are starving.
Mm-hmm.
People, it's not just unemployment, okay? So we're talking, by that metric, unemployment is closer to a quarter of the country. But it's also now in the working poor, even people that have full-time employment. So we have a severe economic crisis connected to the literal raiding and selling of the government to corporations.
I just want to emphasize how bad things are, even locally here in Michigan. So I'm going around on the bus, the local bus, and I see in one of the, middle-class houses, not too wealthy, probably somebody who is living lower middle class, but they have a small shelf out in the open because of all the homeless people in the area. And the shelf has extra cans, it's not a lot of them, just a few extra cans of food for the homeless people to come up and grab. This is how bad the fucking economy has gotten. There are homeless people everywhere. everywhere. Homelessness has gone up 13% in the last year, on top of an already 15% increase. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely out of control, and there's no government plan to fix that. In fact, they want to cut any federal social safety nets to prevent people from losing their housing, and raid the government and pretend like they're doing us a favor and weeding out corruption, while they fucking take all the money and sneak out the back door. What they're going to do is cut all this federal spending, and then they're going to use that to justify an enormous tax cut, because you can't cut all those taxes for rich again and not have it completely dismantle and implode the economy, like literally overnight. So what you're going to end up doing is cutting all the federal spending that you can regarding poor people and their needs. That's their plan. Don't let them fool you. That's what they're fucking doing.
And wealthy people. I also want to show you, I reached out to professor and economist Richard Wolff on this to get his thoughts. He told me Ludwig, the author, is right to beat this drum again, and perhaps especially now. Economists have long known, or maybe I should better say, left of center economists, that for many analytical purposes, the official unemployment number is inadequate. He's a little too nice. I'd say bullshit, but he said inadequate. They have then added part-time, voluntary and or involuntary portions of the population counted as not in the labor force, quote, discouraged workers, and then those earning low or poverty or 150% of the poverty level wage. Ludwig uses that large literature to craft this political piece, but what I found best about the piece was the title. I repeatedly also railed against the crude arrogance that led so many, especially Democrats, to insult the people's ignorance rather than ask why Biden-Harris followers might have a different take on the economy than millions of citizens. So that's from a pretty, well-known economist, and he's been saying forever, yeah, it's much worse than...
Yeah. It is much worse than what the mainstream corporate media will tell you. That is why I do what I do here on this channel, to give you guys an actual insight in what's going on. Because the mainstream veil will deceive you into believing that the system is working for you while actively working against you. So, this is quite disturbing. I think this is a video from David Pakman, who does amazing research and analytics, albeit from a slightly pro-capitalist perspective. Left-wing pro-capitalist, let me emphasize that. So, Elon is in charge of the government. It's no longer hyperbole.
All right, as I've said many times before, I will report to you what I see, not what I would like to see. I will tell you the reality as I believe it to be, rather than I would wish it to be. And we have entered an era so dystopian in this second presidential term of Donald Trump that we have to call it what it is. And it appears as though Elon Musk is functionally in charge of the American government at this time. This is not another, Trump's a puppet hypothesis. We are not in a subtle, behind the scenes through corporate influence that we can't really define, or some kind of puppet masters who we can never really name. Elon Musk appears to be openly running the show. How do we know? We know because it's all happening in public. Donald Trump has been signing executive orders that might as well have been drafted in Elon Musk's Twitter replies. We've got Doge, this made-up acronym for a real, truly terrifying thing, where Elon Musk puts his own personal operatives, maybe we call them political commissars, puts them inside federal agencies, their job being to fire and hire and downsize. It's all happening under Elon Musk's command. And there is so much more to it. So let's break it down. Under Donald Trump's Doge, The unelected loyalist Elon Musk has unelected loyalists to him making decisions about funding and programs, and they've got the keys to the castle. They've got the keys to everything. They can block hires. They can decide who gets fired. They can dictate the size and shape of agencies. And because Elon Musk is at the top of Doge, even Vivek Ramaswamy, it was obvious you can't have two egos like that at the top. Trump clearly preferred Elon. Vivek quietly went away saying everything's absolutely perfect. I'm just not going to be a part of this anymore. It really does appear as though Elon Musk and not Donald Trump are actually calling the shots here. This is not a minor advisory role. These Doge operatives aren't just consultants. They are overriding department heads on staffing. And the only way an agency can hire someone Musk's people don't approve of is if the agency head personally intervenes, which, let's be real, most aren't going to, because they don't want to be next on the chopping block as likely to get fired. Trump's new downsizing rule is for every 4 federal employees who leave, only 1 gets hired back. So this is all calculated. It's to gut the federal government from the inside. And if you thought Trump's first term was a disaster for properly staffing government departments, Elon Musk's second-term agenda is like starvation-level austerity, except not for the billionaires, only for the regular people who rely on things like their wages, functioning infrastructure, environmental protections, regulatory oversight. And if you step back for a second and say, you know, David, you're right. 4 years ago, 8 years ago, 12 years ago, Elon Musk in the Oval Office explaining what's going on while the actual president sits aside. We wouldn't have expected that. But the signs have really been everywhere because Elon Musk and other billionaires have been methodically inserting themselves into government decision-making for years, initially in more subtle ways. Then Elon takes over Twitter, turns it into this unmoderated pipeline for far-right propaganda, worms his way into direct access to Trump by dumping in about $270 million to the campaign. And now he gets to do whatever he wants. He can disregard regulatory standards if it's convenient for companies he owns, or secure government subsidies for businesses. And he is staffing the federal government. He's already rewired American political discourse by controlling what was one of the most influential online platforms. I don't know if it still is, where he would be boosting conspiracies and undermining democracy, playing footsie with authoritarian regimes. And he brands himself as some kind of free speech absolutist, but he's not. He now has moved beyond controlling speech. He's controlling government. He's controlling the budget. He's controlling policy. And that's the part that Trump's base doesn't really want to admit. Trump is increasingly just a figurehead. He's signing what's put in front of him. We'll talk tomorrow about the executive order stuff. He gives speeches. He rambles about sharks or dishwashers or toilets or whatever nonsense is on his mind.
And that's an important thing. People who support Trump at this point, unfortunately, they just listen to what he says and takes his word at face value. I don't even take the people who I support politically at face value, like Bernie Sanders. I immediately go and look up who is funding him and if his words matches his actions. So this is something that involves critical thinking skills that are dire and kind of lacking in American culture right now. And that's why this channel tries to aim at teaching people critical thinking skills and asking those deeper philosophical questions. Who really owns you?
But the serious decision-making is happening elsewhere. And it's Elon Musk along with a handful of right-wing billionaires who seem to be the real power players. It's not hard to see the shift. Remember when Trump went off about how he doesn't really like electric cars? Then he realized Musk is willing to bankroll his collapsing social media empire.
Yeah, so this is something that a lot of Trump supporters and Obama critics would emphasize about Obama. He flip-flopped and he was a flip-flopper. And if you actually look into Trump's words versus his actions, he is the ultimate flip-flopper. He is a pathological liar. And I've known this since day one. When I was originally looking into voting for Trump in 2016, I did my research because that's where I was leaning. I would not vote for Hillary Clinton by any means. I did not like her. Then I looked into Trump, and I immediately saw that he was a scandalous bastard. Trump University, the Trump University scam personally affected somebody I know. They got fucked out of a lot of money. Yeah, it was a scam. So whether, you know, you guys want to admit it or not, Trump is a fucking con artist.
And prop up the second term grift. And now Trump's just bending over backwards for Elon. So this is what what's the right word? This is what a transactional presidency looks like. A washed up reality TV star signing orders, supported by tech billionaires, and pretending that he's still in charge. So Elon Musk isn't doing this out of some deep ideological commitment to conservatism. He just wants control. He likes control. He's gotten control. He's taken control of online discourse through X, and now he's seizing the levers of government. So what we're watching.
So read between the lines, people. Please read between the lines and look at the patterns that are happening and unfolding right before our very eyes. Another video that kind of emphasizes this point is this damning video, which I kind of saw live. I had to actually rewind it and turn up the volume because it is hard to hear at first. It is a hot mic moment, and it wasn't something that they anticipated was going to be happening, obviously, but it is damning as the son of Elon Musk in a Oval Office press conference with Trump tells Trump to shut your fucking mouth. You're not the president, and I want you to go away.
There are some incredible videos of Elon Musk's son telling Trump to shut up, that you're not the president, and that you need to go away. This is what a world that we live in right now. Here is video, and it's sort of tough to hear. While Elon Musk is talking in the Oval Office the other day, and Trump is sitting hunched over and dejected, his son, in addition to wiping and eating boogers and wiping them on the Resolute desk, actually says to Trump at one point, "You're not the president. You need to go away." I'm going to play it here, okay?
To restore democracy. This may seem like, well, aren't we in a democracy?
Now, is it possible that Elon's son was speaking to someone off camera? That's been suggested. He wasn't speaking to Trump. He was speaking to a reporter off camera. Okay. I guess maybe. Let's look at it one more time.
To restore democracy.
He certainly seems like he's speaking to Trump. And if he is, where would he get the idea to tell Trump, you're not the president, you need to go away?
Gee,
here's
I
another
wonder.
wacky video where the kid seems to tell Trump, you need to shush your mouth.
Prices from one year to the next are the same,
and Trump seems to look at the kid. Oh, don't we all, kid? Don't we all?
The way he responds. Oh my God. The ultimate showdown between this little asshole kid. To be fair, this kid has probably been in a lot of pressure and a lot of traumatic situations, even though he's kind of entitled, and you can tell with the way he kind of interjects that he's grown up with this sense of entitlement. But at the same time, you know, he's obviously being used as a pawn, and that is traumatic for a child. So he's gonna want to assert himself, especially being the age that he is. And what is he gonna do? He's gonna repeat what he hears around his from his peers and his father.
You know, I don't know whether the kid.
No, like imagine, imagine being this kid and this poor kid expecting to go see a SpaceX launch or something, and your dad takes you to this boring press conference with with this Trump character. I would tell him to shut his fucking mouth too. All right, so here we have a video where somebody tries to emphasize a few points that I try to emphasize, is that Jesus was pro-immigrant, and that if you voted for Trump as a Christian who believes in the principles of Jesus Christ, then you can, in good faith, still support Trump being anti-immigrant and being in direct contradiction with what Jesus said about immigrants. Remember, he said to welcome all immigrants as if they were your own.
This country legally. As long as Jesus Christ came to this country legally, we would let him in.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. No, thank you.
Friend of the network, Walter Masterson, is trying his best to convince MAGA that they should practice the actual teachings of Jesus instead of hijacking them to justify their bigotry.
Pretty intense.
Yeah. I feel like Jesus was kind of like a big open border socialist.
Well, that's interesting that you say that. Well, there are some things that...
Yep.
Yeah, well,
Saw we thee a stranger and took thee in, or naked and
Made
clothed
you think, didn't
thee.
it?
As ye have done it unto one of the least of these, my brethren, ye have done it unto me.
While the Bible contains some of the most unhinged things you'll ever hear, it has many truly valuable and universal lessons that apply equally today as they did thousands of years ago. Religion is a tool that can be used for good, like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and the Civil Rights Movement.
Or evil. So I like to emphasize that Jesus was pro-immigrant. He was anti-corruption and greed. By all means, he would have been a socialist if that concept existed back when he was alive. No doubt. He's closer to being a socialist than a capitalist by any means. So don't fool yourself. Still don't believe the MAGA campaign is actively targeting racists? Well, look at this campaign. So check this out.
What made a billboard so utterly controversial that city leaders got involved to ban it? Well, let's take a look. Here is the billboard that ended up getting taken down. And so you can see right there the words, "Make America Great Again." And you might think, oh, so a city government took down a "Make America Great Again" sign. This must be the libs striking back against Donald Trump or whatever. Well, not so much necessarily. Let's zoom in a little bit more, okay? I don't like the slogan.
Steven says, kids say the darndest things. I know, like, you can't really expect a kid like that to not say or try to parrot something that you're talking about around them off mic. Come on, that's like Dad 101. He must be stupid. He must not really parent his kid well enough, or not know how to be a dad. He must not be in that kid's life enough to know that kid. Because a side note here, that something that's very disturbing to me was the mother of the child tweeted in, because somebody informed her via tweet. She didn't know that her kid was there. She didn't know that Elon's son was there. He had taken him out of school or something, I believe. I can't be sure on that aspect, but she found out through a tweet that he was at that press conference, and she even said, "I hope he behaves himself," denoting to me that you don't really know your child if you're taking him to an important press conference trying to use him to distract people if his mother's worried about him behaving himself. Come on, dude. That denotes to me that you're not even in that fucking kid's life at all. You're a shitty dad. You're fucking shitty dad. You took him to a press conference instead of taking him to a cool SpaceX launch. Fuck you. You can go fuck yourself.
but in this case,
but look at this disgusting campaign. Make America Great Again. Look at that. That's the civil rights era where people were fighting for their rights. It's absolutely disgusting.
The imagery is kind of more important. And what you see there is a Spider Martin photograph of state troopers staring down black protesters during a legendary 1965 demonstration in Selma known as Bloody Sunday, during which police officers violently confronted those in attendance. It was a particularly horrific act of police violence against protesters, but it was also emblematic of many, many instances like that throughout the South during the civil rights movement. It happened very frequently. People were beaten, people were killed, people were disappeared. It's a thing that happened. And so the purpose of this billboard, it was paid for by Four Freedoms. They're trying to, they say, invite reflection on the complexities of American identity and the ongoing struggle for justice, because people throw around expressions like "Make America Great Again," but they don't want to really take stock or think critically about the fact that the era many of them are pining for is that era. It's the era when, yeah, America was great for some people, but other people were getting beaten, possibly to death, by the police because they wanted equal rights. They didn't want to be advantaged. They just didn't want to be held back by the system purely by virtue of the demographic characteristics of their birth.
So that's absolutely disgusting. Anybody who defends MAGA at this point can go fuck themselves. So, Eminem does have a message for MAGA as well. His message: pick a side, us or him.
Watching him play to his base that thinks that he cares about them, and it's
So Steven says, I remember my brother blurting out to an insurance agent back in the 80s, my dad torched that Oh man. Yep, I've had a similar experience, family experience. So I know how that is. I think that's one of them kids that can do whatever. Yeah. Yep, you're exactly right, Stephen. He was raised with a self-entitlement, privileged self-entitlement sense of atmosphere, where he basically probably was handed everything he wanted. So, you know, that is a problem in its own right, outside of the fact that his father was exploiting him, basically using him as a human meat shield, which is disturbing. Literally putting him in between the questioners, the journalists, and himself when being pressured and feeling the pressure of those questions. So you can see him try to use his kid as a distraction. It's very disturbing.
That
instead of moves,
watching him play to his base that thinks that he cares about them, and it's actually the people that he cares about the fucking least. If you're talking about his core being, you know, a majority white middle class, what I don't understand is how in the fuck do you feel like you relate to a billionaire who has never known struggle his entire life? I will say this, he talks a good one. And if you're in his base, you're a core, let's say you're going to the rallies or whatever, you watch him on TV, you hear him talking this shit. There's part of me that understands, like, all right, he's somehow still got them because he's brainwashing them into thinking that something great is gonna happen.
And if he does respond, what's he gonna say? Eminem? More like Enemy M. Yeah, not the same zing as Lion Ted or Crooked Hillary. Meanwhile, his fans are more confused than a vegan at a BBQ. Do they side with their rap idol or their political one? It's like choosing between MAGA socks and a locker up hat. Crisis of faith.
Eminem released a freestyle rap video. Did anybody see that?
So, now we're going to move on to a comparison analysis. We're going to compare a good example versus a bad example of a politician. Specifically, the case studies we're going to focus on are Bernie Sanders and Trump. I want to focus on Bernie Sanders and Trump for a very specific reason. And we'll get into that in a minute. But first, I want to go into a little background on Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders was indeed involved in the civil rights movement during the 1960s. As a student at the University of Chicago, he was arrested in 1963 for protesting against school segregation and discriminatory housing policies. He was active in the Congress of Racial Equality, or CORE, and the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, demonstrating against racial injustice at a time when it was dangerous to do so. In stark contrast, Donald Trump, who was born in 1946, was not involved in the civil rights movement. During the same period, though, his family real estate company, led by his father, Fred Trump, who had changed his family name from Drump to Trump, but I digress. Father Trump was accused by the federal government of systematically discriminating against black renters. In 1973, the Trump Organization was sued by the Department of Justice for violating the Fair Housing Act by refusing to rent to black tenants. Donald Trump denied wrongdoing, but the company eventually settled the case without admitting guilt. So while Sanders was physically protesting for civil rights, Trump's family business was facing allegations of racial discrimination in housing. This stark contrast provides a clear juxtaposition of their early engagements with racial justice in America. So think about this for a moment. In the 2016 U.S. presidential election, a notable segment of Bernie Sanders' primary supporters shifted their alliance to Donald Trump in the general election, when Sanders lost the primary. So studies indicated that approximately 12% of those individuals who backed Sanders during the primaries voted for Trump in the general election. In pivotal states, by the way, like Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, the numbers of these Sanders-Trump supporters exceeded Trump's margin of victory, suggesting their significant impact on the election's outcome. Analysis reveals that these voters were often less aligned with the Democratic Party, with about half identifying as Republicans or independents. Their views tend to be more conservative on racial and social issues compared to Sanders supporters who voted for Clinton. This phenomenon underscores a unifying reminder that many Americans, despite the manufactured left versus right division, would have voted for a socialist, not despite his socialist rhetoric, but because of it. These voters were drawn to Bernie Sanders' message of economic justice and taking on the establishment in the same way they were drawn to Trump's populist anti-establishment rhetoric, even though Trump's version was largely performative. After all, he's an actor and an entertainer. This reveals that the real divide in America isn't left versus right, but the people versus the elite who manipulate these divisions to maintain power. Okay, I'm going to move this over here for you guys to see. This is Bernie Sanders in the 1960s being arrested for defending the rights of his fellow Americans who didn't have any. This is a true hero and a good politician. Although I do have my concerns that he didn't fight hard enough and does operate under a more moderative framework than I would like him to, he is, by all means, an example of a good politician. So, we have an interesting video for you guys who want to get out of this American bubble and see what it's like outside of America regarding egg prices. And let's just compare USA versus Mexico egg prices now for a moment and kind of let this settle in for a moment, how fucked we are.
How much are eggs in Mexico? Let's go find out.
We're in Cancun Walmart, or as locals will call it, El Walmar.
I have never seen ATVs being sold here. This one's about $1,800. They also sell scooters and motorcycles. Man, I've been walking around this whole store. Where are the eggs? Ah, there it is. Now, I know a lot of you guys are asking, how come these aren't refrigerated? That's because in Mexico and in most parts of Europe, they don't wash their eggs. And because of that, they retain a protective membrane called the cuticle, which allows them to stay fresh much longer. We wash them because we're paranoid about salmonella. Now, this dozen is selling for $198. I'm going to give you some more examples. This dozen costs $189, and this one is $184. While the price for the cheapest dozen I could find at my local Walmart is $742. That's more than 4 times the price of this dozen.
So as grocery prices continue to skyrocket in America compared to other countries, the Trump administration, or more accurately, the Trump regime, has absolutely no plans to slow it down or stop it. In fact, all of its plans are to accelerate the degradation, the dissemination of our economy. So basically, you can imagine Trump as a form of accelerationism, as it were. I have another post here, something that I posted a couple days ago that I want to read to you guys that kind of plays into this a little bit as well, and it's very relevant. All right, so this is kind of disturbing and kind of sad, but it's just the tip of the iceberg regarding what's about to happen to our economy and our country. So Linden Hill Farms posted a couple of days ago, Friday was our last day selling grade A milk commercially. Saturday started with selling raw milk from the tank. We're back to selling like we did over 100 years ago. So that is just with the recent scare of deportation. A lot of these undocumented immigrants are the backbone of the agricultural industry and the industries that require the most amount of labor that Americans don't want to do for the cheap wages. So we're at a point where, they're afraid to show up for work, and because of it, we have situations like this where there's not enough labor to actually go around. And it's really sad to see, and a lot of businesses are going under. Specifically, there's another construction industry in Florida, a small construction business that is going under because their workers are afraid to show up for work. And it's very disheartening because those people voted for Trump, and they voted for Trump. They voted for it, and now their workers aren't showing up, and their business is going to be crushed into oblivion. It's like you have to think these things through. You can't just listen to what politicians say, specifically if they're actors and entertainers. And if they're people who want to sit on gold fucking toilets. Come on, that's kind of a red flag there. Wanting to sit on a fucking gold toilet? Dude. Like... Anyways. here is another video explaining how Elon Musk makes $8 million per day off of government contracts and your tax dollars.
Mr. Talcove, do you know how much money a day Mr. Musk will receive from the federal government for his contracts?
No.
The answer is $8 million a day. Just last year, Elon Musk was promised $3 billion from close to 100 contracts.
So real quick before we dive into this one, Steven says the dollar store or Dollarama has become the main grocery store up here, Ben. It's sad for a lot of people. Yes, that's the situation here too. And we're not alone, Steven. It's like this everywhere. Everywhere. We are witnessing the beginning stages of the new Great Depression. We kind of delayed it for as much as we could, but it has come to the point where the internal contradictions of the system of capitalism are too big to ignore. And now that we have a fascist regime actively dismantling democracy, and those last guardrails for preventing this collapse of our economy, it's no holds barred to a complete implosion. And unless we get some kind of progressive FDR-like movement established in the White House, or pressure a elected official into such a direction, then I just don't see a way out.
A day Mr. Musk will receive from the federal government for his contracts?
No.
The answer is $8 million a day. Just last year, Elon Musk was promised $3 billion from close to 100 contracts with the federal government. Ms. Royal, do you know how much the average person in this country who survives on Social Security, one of our seniors who's worked their entire life, about how much they have to survive on a day?
I do not.
$65 a day.
And also, how many contracts does the average person have with the federal government? Compared to Elon, who has 100. 100 conflicts of interest that he has with the federal government, overseeing the federal government's audit. So just let that sink in.
We're not looking into Elon Musk's $8 million a day. This subcommittee, chaired by Marjorie Taylor Greene and the House Republicans, is looking into your grandmother's $65 a day. Let me be clear.
Yeah.
I think we would all support taxpayer savings. Look into money we might needlessly send to billionaires and big corporations, find taxpayer savings, and send it back to your hardworking family. But instead, what House Republicans and the Trump-Musk administration want to do is they want to look into your kids' lunch money, your kids' teacher's salary, into your grandparents' Social Security. They want to take that money and give it out in billionaire tax cuts, and they are talking about that in committee tomorrow, in Budget Committee tomorrow. They just released their plan. So let me be clear. When Republicans talk about government efficiency in this Congress, they're not looking into billionaires who don't pay their taxes. They're not looking into billionaires who get rich off of government contracts. They're not looking into Elon Musk firing watchdogs who are supposed to keep him accountable. They're looking at cutting your public schools. They're going straight for your Social Security. They're coming straight for cancer research. They're coming straight for the Department of Education. They're not looking at big tech. They're not looking at big pharma because those people fund their campaigns.
That's right. It's all a distraction. All a distraction. So the union dismantling begins, and this is very disturbing, by the way. Something that I was worried about for a while, but it appears that collective bargaining may be at risk of being illegal in this country. Here is a disturbing report.
These union members just lost the right to collectively bargain with their employers. Republican lawmakers in Utah voted to ban collective bargaining for public sector unions, despite thousands of calls and emails and protests in the state capitol. If HB 267 is signed into law, firefighters, police, teachers, nurses, and any other public employees won't have the right to negotiate as a union with their employers about things like pay, working conditions, safety policies, or benefits. So why the hell did 41% of union members vote Republican in the 2024 election, against their own interests? We've seen Trump's anti-worker record.
If they go on strike and you say, that's okay, you're all gone. You're all gone, so every one of you is gone, and you are the greatest.
He's made it very clear that he doesn't care about workers.
Exactly. Don't tell me that Trump is pro-worker when he's been on the record fucking admitting to trying to dismantle workers' rights. Like, on the record. You didn't do your fucking homework, apparently.
Strike and you say, that's okay.
I have it, you know. I have the analytical approach to understanding what's going on in America. You don't.
Okay, you're all gone. You're all, you say, that's okay, you're all gone. If they go on strike and you say, that's okay, you're all gone. You're all gone, so every one of you is gone, and you are the greatest.
He's made it very
clear. Okay, you're all gone. If they go on strike and you say, that's okay, you're all gone. You're all gone, so every one of you is gone.
By the way, that's illegal, Mr. Trump. It's illegal to fire somebody for striking, even though you would sleaze your way out of it in a legal situation where you could hire enough lawyers to bypass that and satisfy all the checks and boxes that come to the federal courts in that manner. But you are a sleazeball by every fucking description of the manner. You are not pro-worker by any means. I don't want to hear anybody say that Trump is pro-worker.
And you are the greatest.
He's made it very clear that he doesn't care about workers. He cares about corporations. I'm reminded of what Lyndon B. Johnson said. If you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. Hell, give him somebody to look down on and he'll empty his pockets for you. Republicans have evidently done a decent job at convincing working people that their enemy is trans or an immigrant or black, and not the people who exploit their labor. They spent more than $215 million on anti-trans ads during Trump's campaign. They spent more than $263 million on anti-immigrant ads. And Trump constantly railed against DEI, suggesting it discriminates against white men. These wealthy Republicans used working people's fear to manipulate them into voting against their own interests. And sadly, a lot of people who didn't vote Republican are stuck in the crosshairs.
And sadly, it's harder to convince somebody they have been fooled than it is to fool somebody. So that is the unfortunate situation we're in. So Congress is fighting back, though, apparently, which is a good sign. The pressures from constituents have proven to be useful. A lot of people have been telling their fellow citizens to reach out to their local Congress members and pressure them into, fighting back, exposing some of these lies, like exposing the condom lie that was displayed during, I think it was the recent Oval Office press conference with Elon Musk. So this is kind of disturbing because, again, if you have a claim like that, where are the fucking receipts? If I go to somebody with an auditing claim saying, oh, this is something that we had to cut because of this extraordinary claim, and I would immediately throw up a piece of paper or a screenshot of something of evidence to say, oh, this is why. See, this right here. No, you just have his fucking word. You have Elon going up there and saying, hey, just trust me. Just trust me. I got this, guys. Just trust me. I don't need to show you the tickets.
Who are trying to conduct audits and figure out where the waste, fraud, and abuse is. I don't know why you would go to some tech guy. In fact, it was only techies that were sitting there at inauguration. We didn't have auditors. I would welcome auditors to come in and do forensic audits. In fact, he sat there in the Oval Office yesterday and he admitted that he was lying and he was using his propaganda machine to do it when he said that we sent millions of dollars to Gaza for condoms. That was a lie. So let me tell you something.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
It's time for
the
us
gentlelady's
to do
time
our
has
job
expired.
and rein in this rogue actor known
The gentlelady's
as
time has expired. I now recognize the gentleman.
That's right. We need to fight back like that. It's what I call righteous anger. Everybody needs to have a little bit of righteous anger. So another video on the reminder of checks and balances.
Members of Congress don't serve under presidents of the United States. We reached an agreement. We came to modest achievements. And a tweet changed all of it? Can you imagine what the next 2 years are going to be like if every time the Congress works its will and then there's a tweet? Or from an individual who has no official portfolio, who threatens members on the Republican side with a primary, and they succumb? This institution has a separate responsibility based upon the separation of powers. Members of Congress don't serve under presidents of the United States. Members of Congress don't serve.
That's right. There are three separate branches of our government, and they all play to be checks and balances on one another. Members of Congress do not serve under the executive branch. They act as a check and balance to it. So if you ignore this fact, then you don't know how American democracy works, and you're not really a fucking patriot. Consequences of dismantling the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau are dire.
Chair Powell, if the CFPB isn't on the job right now, then who is administering JP Morgan or Wells Fargo's consumer compliance exams to ensure that they are following the law?
Senator, I believe that, and you would know, that Dodd-Frank moved all authority
Spoiler
for
alert. Sorry, guys.
examinations in the consumer space to the CFPB. We still have some jurisdiction.
We'll talk about that in a sec. But the answer to my question, please. If the CFPB is not there examining these giant banks to make sure they are following the laws on not cheating consumers, who is doing that job?
I can say no other federal regulator.
No one, in other words. So thanks to co-president Musk and CFPB acting director vote, Wall Street banks no longer have to show the bank examiners that they're not illegally opening accounts people didn't ask for. Chair Powell.
He wants to get rid of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Here's what it's done for the folks at home. It's limited overdraft fees at banks. It's limited credit card late fees. It's made it easier for you to switch banks.
So again, if you don't like any of these things that were happening in the past, I know I specifically had been hit with the high to low priority scheme by banks where they prioritize higher transactions over lower ones. They process the higher ones first so that when you overdraft possibly multiple times instead of just once. It's the oldest scheme in the bank book, but the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau has systematically dismantled those kinds of fraud against the consumers and gotten back $21 billion in fraud money that was defrauded from the American consumer base. So that is important to consider when you watch this clip.
Get rid of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Here's what it's done for the folks at home. It's limited overdraft fees at banks. It's limited credit card late fees. It's made it easier for you to switch banks. It's removed medical debt from people's credit reports so that you can actually get rent after you've been sick. It's gone after banks who've taken advantage of people.
What's your argument?
My argument here is these are things that have protected the American people every day, and Elon wants to get rid of them because it doesn't work for millionaires and billionaires. No, they did not.
Yes,
they did not vote to get...
Yes.
That is not an argument, okay? When you're facing the realization that Trump has dismantled the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau against the better interests of his constituency, you want to dismantle that in a debate and not deflect like this gentleman is doing. And it's kind of telling that he doesn't have a fucking leg to stand on because the gentleman here who's arguing that the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, very rightfully so, should be still in place, is in fact right. So if you don't like any of these exploitative, consumeristic, predatory behaviors of the banks, and you don't want to see them return, then tough cookies, tough fucking titties, because they're about to. And we don't have any plan to fucking stop them.
Yes, they did.
I'm sure Donald
Where were you on November 5th?
Donald Trump did not go to the American people and says, I want to raise your overdraft fees. Did he? No, I don't think so.
They made it clear
I don't think
that
so.
what Doge was when
He
he
did
was
not go
running
to
for
the American
president.
people and says, I want to raise the
No, that is not what the American people had in mind. They did not have in mind that he send an unelected official who was not approved by Congress to go in and dismantle federal agencies that actively support poor people. Okay? That is not what they voted for. They were bamboozled. So this is very, very sad, and it makes me tear up a little bit every time I see it. It's a video of a World War II vet, and he has a very important message to share with America. And this kind of really gets to me because when I was younger, you know, I did one of my first, this is how I kind of got inspired to do video production in general and how I got good at it was in high school. I did reports and stuff, and I did videos, and I produced them. And I specifically did a report on the Holocaust, and I did a documentary. And I did a documentary based on my experience in the Holocaust Museum, and I witnessed a speech by one of the last survivors of one of the concentration camps. And it was both sad but inspiring at the same time. It was kind of melancholy in that way. I just, this video kind of got to me when I first saw it, but it's important for you guys to fucking understand what the hell is happening in our country right now. And the people who experienced fascism before, they're warning you. It's on the rise, and it's happening again. And if you're not careful, you can wind up on the wrong side of history.
I am so upset that the things we did and the things we fought for and the boys that died for it, it's all gone down the drain. Our country's gone to hell in a handbasket. We haven't got the country we had when I was raised. Not at all. Nobody will have the fun I had. Nobody will have the opportunity I had. It's just not the same. And that's not what our boys, that's not what they died for. It's just not it. Just takes me time to get over it. Because why me sitting here like this? See, I am so upset.
We have to remember a history or we're doomed to repeat it. History lessons and what we can remember from the oppression of the king are important. Because remember, this country was founded on the principles that we wanted to be liberated from the oppression of the king. But somehow, we still have little tiny kingdoms that still exist and still enslave people to this day. They're called corporations. And the kings are CEOs.
If you read the Declaration of Independence, you will find that it comes in 3 parts. And in the first part, it states some universal principles, very beautiful. And in the second part, it contains a bill of particulars in 17 paragraphs about bad stuff the King of England did, which bad stuff justifies the making of America, throwing off the old government and adopting a new one. And those things are remarkably like the Constitution of the United States. What did the king do wrong? Well, he interfered with the legislature.
He interfered with the legislature. Okay? What the hell is Trump and his regime doing right now? Well, they're interfering with the legislature.
Which is a violation of the first step in all government, the making of laws, but also a violation of separation of powers, which is crucial to how the Constitution of the United States works. So separation of powers is important, And then he interfered with the people's ability to elect.
He interfered with the people's ability to elect
legislators. In other words, representation, key feature of the Constitution of the United States. If you read,
so I want you all to reflect on that as we transition into our next video. Here we have another sad example of cognitive dissonance. I mean, to be fair, cognitive dissonance is something that most people experience, and you'll experience it to some degree in your life for one reason or another. But the idea is to try to avoid it and come to, I believe it's called cognitive cognizance. So let me double check on that. Yes, cognitive cognizance. Sorry, I wanted to just be sure on that term because it was new to me as well. So you want to avoid cognitive dissonance to the best of your ability, and arming you with critical thinking skills is the first step in doing that. And that's what we do here on Beneficence TV, is we arm you with that critical thinking framework to dismantle some of those cognitive biases and restrictions to logical reasoning.
Never surrender to the tyranny.
What is Trump doing here on this shirt?
This is his mugshot.
Gotcha. So that was taken when he surrendered to authorities to have his picture taken.
Huh? It says never surrender, but...
Huh? So that is literally a glitch in his matrix. His reality is facing the fact that it doesn't match with his beliefs. And he's never faced those kinds of criticisms before, so he literally has no response. It's kind of like a brain fart situation where you don't know how to respond, and all that comes out is, huh?
Never surrender to the tyranny.
What is Trump doing here on this shirt?
This is his mugshot.
Gotcha. So that was taken when he surrendered to authorities to have his picture taken.
Huh? It says never surrender, but...
Is that on the back? Is the butt? Let me see the back. Let me see the back.
I think
but,
it's just Trump.
It's just Trump. So where's the butt part? Is that's implied?
And this is what we have to fight. This is what we have to dismantle. Logical fallacies and cognitive dissonance. So the corruption in Congress is prominent in this video by John Stewart.
Someone should step in and stop Congress from being able to enrich themselves. Perhaps the Supreme Court. Well, it will come as no surprise that the same guys who think it's fine to accept a luxury Winnebago from a wealthy businessman have made it much harder to police corruption. In a decision called McDonnell versus the United States, they said that the appearance of corruption is not nearly enough for it to be considered against the law. It must be...
This very narrow quid pro quo idea, you know, I'm going to give you kind of like a cartoonish sack of money in exchange for an actual vote.
Whilst twirling my handlebar mustache. At every turn, our Congress and our courts have been given a choice. Be less corrupt or redefine what constitutes corruption and get on with your bad selves. It's a game of reverse limbo. Having trouble getting under the bar of corruption we've set? Well, someone should step...
So somebody got flagged for saying this term, so I'm not going to mention it. It's it rhymes with Mineral Mike. It starts with G. The first word starts with G, and the second word starts with S. So it's a term that people are getting flagged on YouTube for saying. It's something that unions do when they get together around the country. And this is something that's kind of disturbing because it's been getting people flagged for saying it. And it's something we actually need to happen if we're going to change things.
If you are not able to take to the streets in protest, what can you do? Person says, I want to be on the streets, but I have a young child and am the main breadwinner for my family. I do my activism online because I don't know how to plan for my family if I get arrested. Super valid. I totally understand that. And I think there is this weird false dichotomy that's been created as if there is real activism, which must be in person, and online activism, which must be performative and unhelpful. That is completely false. We live in a technological society and 170 million people use TikTok, and there are many other social media platforms. Now, I don't think it's true that if you can't take to the streets and protest, that your only option is online activism. But let me give a good example of online activism. This is Jessica Craven's account. If you don't follow her, I will tag her here. You should follow her right now. She lets you know what's happening, who in the government you can call, and how to effectively pressure and lobby them as a constituent. She even gives you a handy script. These are quick 3 to 5 minute actions anybody can do. But just because you can't protest doesn't mean you can't support protesters. Can you watch folks' kids? Can you provide meals? Drive folks to protest sites? Organize bail funds? There's lots we can do. Everybody has a role to play. If you are not able to take...
That's right. Everybody has a role to play, whether you realize it or not. So with that, we're going to jump into a quick clip on how to fix right-wing propaganda.
I mean, if you look up oligarch in the dictionary, his picture should be there.
Americans really need to be worried about this man. I think he's the greatest threat to democracy, not just in this country, but worldwide.
This alliance of big government and big tech and the billionaire class needs to be broken up.
So you have one guy, some naturalized American, who hates the United States and wants to destroy it. He gets to control the country in the way he does because he's rich and the rest of us aren't as rich.
These people have a stranglehold increasingly on our communication in this country. They want to have a stranglehold on our politics, and it's time we put a stop to it.
He is a puppet master, a seeker of power behind the scenes.
Oh, Bill
If some
O'Reilly.
guy...
Fuck it, we'll do it live. Old dirty bastard. Now, we also have a video here of Obama talking about real economic strategy. Something that is
in
kind
order
of
for us
refreshing.
to be competitive, we're going to have to make some smart choices right now. Cutting our education budget, that's not a smart choice. That will not help us compete with China. Cutting our investments in research and technology, that's not a smart choice. That will not help us compete with China. Bringing down our deficit by adding $7 trillion of tax cuts and military spending that our military is not asking for, before we even get to the debt that we currently have, that is not going to make us more competitive. Those are the kinds of choices that the American people face right now. Having a tax code that rewards companies that are shipping jobs overseas instead of companies that are investing here in the United States, that will not make us more competitive. And the one thing that I'm absolutely clear about is that after a decade in which we saw drift, jobs being shipped overseas, nobody championing American workers and American businesses, we've now begun to make some real progress. What we can't do is go back to the same policies that got us into such difficulty in the first place.
So this is a little refreshing to see such analytical intelligence when regarding economic strategy juxtaposed against the stupidity of Trump, which, you know, has brought in the rise of political analysis and debate that's akin to shooting fish in a fucking barrel. Trump is kind of a fucking idiot in that respect, and it's kind of refreshing to go back to a time where, you know, people presented a little bit more intellectual arguments that were harder to dismantle from my perspective as a Marxist and Obama's perspective as a pro-capitalist. That was a little more challenging for me, but, you know, as I said a minute ago or a second ago, debating Trump's nonsense is like shooting fish in a barrel. Now we have some exciting science updates to close out this very exciting combination of our important series, the Red Pill series analysis and the Benefactor's Guide to Free Energy Devices. So whether these devices are viable or not are up to debate. But I did find them on YouTube and I did find them interesting. I have to research them further to confirm or deny that they are actually legitimate. But some of the things that these guys talk about are very significant, especially when considering the second video on microsonic energy technology. So this is something very cool because microsonic energy technology is something that Daniel and Erica Nunez of One Stop Energies was working on with the rodent coils. So that's very interesting. Let's take a look at these two videos of some really amazing devices coming out of Africa that arose from the economic conditions dwindling to such a point where these, dire third world countries needed to find solutions in unconventional ways. So that's what I always say, adversity and challenges bring rises to innovation and genius. You're not going to become skilled at what you do by sitting on your fat ass and getting everything handed to you. You're going to have to face challenges and adversities that will be obstacles. And quite frankly, the most interesting people I've ever met are people who don't have a fucking penny to their name.
System initiated. His brother Michael is also satisfied.
Welcome to... This is absolutely incredible. If this is legitimate, this man made an AI prosthetics that is basically wireless. It just attaches as a helmet, and there's no need of invasive surgery like with the Elon Musk's I forget what he calls it, the chip that he wants to put in everybody's fucking head. It's incredible.
Afrogenesis, artificial intelligence.
Neuralink.
In the heart of Kikuyu, Kenya, two self-taught innovators have achieved a groundbreaking.
I think he was killing monkeys trying to get that thing to work too, by the way. Evil fucker. Is it just me, or does Elon now remind you of, Dr. Evil from Austin Powers? He kind of does. He's goofy and kind of fucking stupid. But evil as fuck.
These self-taught inventors from Kenya developed a biorobotic prosthetic arm using salvaged electronic components. Their device uses a headset receiver to capture brain signals, converting them into electrical currents that control the prosthetic limb.
Welcome to Afrogenesis, Artificial Intelligence Assistant. Systems online. Systems booting in few minutes. Please wait until you see a color blue light, then say the word. Jeff is the password you are going to...
This was all done with no budget or funding, but present a cost-effective solution for amputees, especially in a region like Kenya, where traditional prosthetics are very expensive. This invention holds the promise of transforming the lives of countless amputees across Africa and beyond.
Systems online. Police give way. Demonstrating the flow of the bio-robotic arm system under self-testing. Articulations levels, protocol sequences activated.
Meet the high school dropout's friend whose passion for technology and helping others has led them to create a device that could redefine prosthetic care in Kenya.
My name is David Ujeri. I am an innovator, a maker.
My name is Moses Njoroge. Since my childhood, I've been a curious and a passionate innovator.
And our dream is not only to live 5 years or 10 years, is to live hundreds of years. trying to come up with ideas that will aid the mobility of persons living with disability or help persons who are in need.
Axis sequential testing.
Check.
Wrist level under at radius y-axis sequential testing.
The device works in a pretty simple way, which will be useful, although the duo founded Afrogenesis to bring this idea to life.
Small finger, ring finger.
Check.
Middle finger.
Check.
Thumb finger.
Check.
Index finger.
Check.
Test sequences, protocol deactivated.
Through years of work and lots of projects before, this prototype works seamlessly.
Afrogenesis, Gabu and Piana. Technologies way beyond, transforming challenges into possibilities.
Together, the two have been working for 14 years through over 15 projects and many more in their minds.
Right now I want to explain to you how we can tap the signal of the branchioradialis muscle. It starts from the upper motor neuron. It then goes, an action potential starts from the upper motor neuron after you have thought of how maybe to grab something. Starts from the upper motor neuron down to the lower motor neuron. Through the spinal tract, the action potential travels through the T5, T6 to the branchial plexus.
This hard work was not for nothing, as it holds the potential to help many people.
Systems online. Police give way. Demonstrating the flow of the bio-robotic arm system under self-testing. Articulations levels, protocol sequences activated.
Once the device has been properly installed on the user, all the user has to do is to think, and things begin to happen without moving a finger.
Wrist pronation.
System initiated.
From household tasks to using the computer, the device is designed to be a 360 support system for people living with disabilities. Some of their inventions allow things to be done through voice commands, but the true brilliance of being able to control and do things just by thinking is impressive.
This is upper limb by robotic arm that uses brain signals to operate.
That is so cool.
This device accountability deploys
it's going to
8
help
degrees
so
of motion.
many people. So many people are going to benefit from this kind of technology, especially if they made it from salvaged equipment. Wow, very impressive work, guys. Very impressive work.
That is, it can rotate along the shoulder level, along y-axis, x-axis, elbow level, along y-axis, and even x-axis. It has ability to twist the wrist or wrist pronation. It has ability to hold and release.
To get started with their product development, they first sought to understand the challenges that people with disabilities face. By interacting with people in the community for a while and talking to experts in disability support, they determined that a prosthetic would be a good support for their target beneficiaries of this innovation. Here's how it works.
This hand uses a battery of 12 volts. The hand, we have made it using available resources like e-waste, wood, rubber, leather materials, plastics, and even the wires.
Their goal is simply to help people living with disability live normal lives. Here's how the device works.
This hand is being controlled by this neural rod biopotential headset receiver that monitors or taps the brain signals, and it extracts these specific features of these brain signals that reflects the intent of the user. The arm, that is, from the intraparenchymal single neuron units. When ion concentration changes inside the neuron cell membrane, an electric field is set up, and this signal, it is being tapped or goes through various tissues through the brain, and the signal can travel through the pia mater, arachnoid, and it can travel through the skull, through the skin. Then this gadget taps those transductions of those ion currents that are or electrical wave that the brain is releasing. This machine, it can convert that signal, or it taps and the signal processes, converts this signal into a valid electric current through subcomputation, and the final current is being transmitted into this arm via radio waves, 315 megahertz. Those signals, they go into the biomechatronic hand or the arm operating system. Then they are being aligned in a way that they will be converted to come to become a current, a valid current that will drive linear motors. These linear motors will drive the arm, and they will close and open, making the whole hand to pick as per how you are thinking, as per how you are controlling it, using your intentions.
Traditional prosthetics often rely on muscle signals for operation. In contrast, David and Moses' design utilizes a neural node biopotential headset to detect neural signals. These signals are converted into electrical currents, which then drive the arm's movements, allowing for intuitive and natural control.
Shoulder level X-axis articulation. Elbow level Y-axis articulation.
System initiated.
Wrist pronation.
System initiated.
This innovation enables users to perform daily activities with greater ease, from operating electronic devices to managing household chores.
We will go in a big way, not just improving our economy in terms of production, but also making it more acceptable to society. It's not bulky. It's not bulky. It's easier for the persons with the ability to handle them. It's quite a game changer.
The World Health Organization estimates that only 3% of people in need have access to assistive devices in low-income countries. In Africa, where over 16 million amputees reside, the demand for affordable and functional prosthetics is critical. David and Moses' innovation not only addresses this gap, but also showcases the ingenuity emerging from the continent.
Story of a Nigerian man who is trying to make the industry more inclusive.
Mr. Amanam, a sculptor from Nigeria, is also tackling issues with disability in Africa and has made significant strides in prosthetic development.
His brother Michael is also satisfied and much happier with the hand his brother created for him.
Mr. Amanam specialized in creating hyper-realistic prosthetics that match the skin tones of black amputees. His goal is to provide aesthetic solutions that restore confidence and identity. These efforts are part of a broader movement to provide affordable and effective prosthetic solutions to those in need.
My passion was to be an aeronautic engineer, and what I was always dreaming is to become a pilot or a designer. If I would fail to be a pilot, I would become an aeroplane designer.
David and Moses are pioneers in this field, which holds a lot of potential to help millions of people. But they haven't always been interested in robotics. David started off being interested in becoming a pilot and aeronautics engineer.
When I designed this drone, this grider that flew several meters above the ground, when I saw everything on top, the grider filled one piece of metal failed to hold properly, and the grider came down and it struck on the ground.
While that didn't turn out well for David, he did make some cool things from that passion. Take this drone that he designed.
And from there, I realized that is so dangerous. And I thought, if I want to continue to be a pilot, it is not this way, but to try something else different. And the idea of becoming an aeronautic engineer, it went there, and it got off my mind. And I thought of creating something different that will help the society rather than killing myself. That's where I met my friend in the high school, and we started the thought of thinking how to start machines that will help persons living with disabilities.
This is what led him to explore other career options, leading to his desire to help people through robotics.
After primary school, I joined a high school known as Kikude, where I met my friend David. And from there, because after there was this, we had to attend to Science Congress. That's where we had the same interest, and we partake at the same project with him, where it reached the provincial level. And after that, after we completed Form 4, we decided, because our financial background in the family, it's not stable, we decided how can we start our own foundation, where we'd be creating projects that will be helping people, or innovation that will be helping persons living with disability.
Hello. Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning.
I want us to meet at the place we work. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly now.
I want us to meet at the dump site that where we usually go to pick the e-waste materials.
Okay, no deal. Maybe I'll be there.
So, okay, I'll be waiting for you.
I was already prepared.
Okay.
So that I can come to the auction.
Okay. You be ready. I want us to meet over there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He met Moses, and rest, they say, is history. The two hit it off. They have since worked on numerous projects. According to the duo, they have worked on over 15 projects and innovation, including this device that sanitized any item put in it. This is part of the repertoire of innovation they developed at the height of COVID-19. Others include this breathing device that helps one to breathe without contracting airborne viruses by destroying the virus through the system they developed, freeing people to move around without fear of contracting any contagious viruses.
Right now there are 15 projects that we have already completed, as you have shown them we have shown them to you. The others, we can't be able to finish them. They are in the sector of energy. We have ideas in agriculture, security, new inventions that have never been invented. Also on models on how to employ the youth, new schemes that have not been invented. But due to lack of funds and resources, because where we get our materials are from dump site, are from old computers, the e-waste materials. So right now we don't have the cutting edge machines or a good laboratory with equipped gadgets where we can use them to make more affordable and durable products.
Surprisingly, the two couldn't continue their formal education, yet they have been able to produce amazing innovation. For them, this is the silver lining to their story.
System under self-testing. Please wait. Control and monitoring system. Headlights. Wheels, right, turn. Left, turn. Driving, engine.
Today, their main problem is still funding. The journey of David and Moses is a true exhibition, the challenge and yet also potential of grassroots innovation in solving local and potentially global problems. With limited resources, they've created a device that could benefit millions. Their journey showed the true meaning and importance of supporting local inventors who are developing solutions tailored to their communities. From a humble background, with no education in a robotic and a bunch of huge odds, they still dream of a better future for themselves and the people in their community, country, and the world.
So this is another great example of people under extreme economic conditions and despair, overcoming those challenges and providing a better life for them and the people that they care about and love in their communities. All right, so let's see. Yes, so one more science update. Now again, this microsonic energy technology I was referring to earlier hasn't been verified, but so far I only found one article that was a critic of the technology and didn't really have any evidence to support the fact that it was saying it was a scam. So specifically, the article said the car in question is just a normal car, but it didn't have any evidence to back it up. So, you have to take that with a grain of salt as well. But this is an amazing story if it pans out.
Generator and even a helicopter that ran on radio frequencies, a true free energy device that keeps batteries consistently charged. It took me several months to find him, but when I did, it blew my mind.
Maxwell is a testament to the boundless ingenuity that resides within our continent.
In a groundbreaking moment for Africa's technological landscape, the Harare Institute of Science and Technology, HIT, has officially endorsed one of the most revolutionary innovations in automotive history. Maxwell Sangilani Chikumbutso, the visionary founder of SAIT Technologies, has introduced the world's first self-powered vehicle, a feat that defies conventional science and positions Zimbabwe at the forefront of global energy innovation. The endorsement from IIT's Vice Chancellor, Professor Engineer Quinton Kanhukamwe, marks a defining moment for African ingenuity and technological advancement. Addressing an audience of delegates at the unveiling of Chikumbutso's latest invention, Professor Kanhukamwe's words carried the weight of both scientific credibility and national pride. Here's what this great professor of engineering from one of Africa's leading tech universities said.
Innovation has always been the driving force behind humanity's progress. As we confront the mounting challenges of energy scarcity, environmental degradation, and economic inequality, technology offers a beacon of hope. It is a privilege to stand before you today at this remarkable occasion, the launch of SAIT Technologies' groundbreaking microsonic energy technology. We gather here not only to celebrate technological milestone, but to witness the dawn of a new chapter in energy innovation, born and developed right here on the African soil. For far too long, Africa has been seen as a consumer rather than a producer of technological advancements. SAIT Technologies is changing that narrative. This launch symbolizes a shift towards homegrown solutions designed to meet global challenges. What makes today even more significant is that this breakthrough has been pioneered by one of our own, Maxwell Sangilani Chikumbutso. Maxwell is a testament to the boundless ingenuity that resides within our continent. His work serves as an inspiration not only to Zimbabwe, but to the entire African continent. Supporting local innovators like Maxwell is not just a moral imperative, it is a strategic necessity for our development and competitiveness on the global stage.
This speech has significant implications. Professor Engineer Quinton Kanhukamwe, the Vice Chancellor of the esteemed Harare Institute of Science and Technology, put his distinguished and indispensable scientific career as well as his unrivaled authority as a highly sought-after engineer to fully support Zimbabwe's leading innovator, Maxwell Sangilani Chikumbutso.
The first people who have done that in the world. Like us or hate us, that's a fact. We have seen it, we have tested it, it was tested outside the country, it works. So what we have is called a microsonic energy device, but before I got to the microsonic energy device, like where we are right now, around 2013, that's 2003, that's when God gave me the vision. I started to work on it. And that time I was working on 3 projects. I began to be very much interested in radio frequencies. And I'm so good in radio frequencies. That's something that I know back to back. You cannot confuse me when you talk about radio frequencies. I've sat down with the best professors, best engineers in the world, the likes of Nassim Haramein, if you know him. I've sat down with him in the United States of America. I've sat with the likes of Michael, the great writers of science. They don't believe that I'm not educated. I'm good when you talk about radio frequencies. I'm so good in them. Most of my projects, I'm not boasting, but I'm telling you, you cannot confuse me when you talk about radio frequencies. And I'm good on them. I've started to write my new discoveries.
But who exactly is Maxwell Sangilani Chikumbutso, the man behind this extraordinary breakthrough? Born in 1980 in Budiriro, a densely populated suburb of Harare, Chikumbutso's early years were marked by immense financial struggles. His family's economic hardships forced him to drop out of school at the tender age of 14, halting his formal education. Yet what he lacked in academic credentials, he more than made up for in raw intelligence, relentless curiosity, and an innate ability to innovate. Unlike traditional inventors who built upon structured academic learning, Chikumbutso's knowledge was entirely self-taught. With no access to laboratories or engineering mentors, he worked with discarded electronic components, using them to create rudimentary devices. One of his earliest successes was a makeshift radio transmitter that successfully broadcast over a limited range. This was only the beginning. As a teenager, he went on to design a digital navigator, a turbine engine, and a series of electronic devices that left those around him in awe. His ability to conceptualize and build advanced systems without formal training astounded engineers and scientists alike. Chikumbutso has often attributed his breakthroughs to divine inspiration. He claims that many of his inventions were not the result of trial and error, but rather clear, vivid instructions he received in his dreams.
I started to see visions, and up to until now, I see visions, very clear visions, not even when I'm not asleep. Those are some of the things that I see. And God started to teach me, I believe God started to teach me. I could hear voices. I started to experiment with some electronic components. No one ever taught me what were the names and the uses of electronic components. It was God.
He describes these moments as revelations, granting him deep insights into energy systems and engineering principles that defied mainstream scientific understanding. In the late 1990s, he intensified his experiments in electronics, developing a variety of functional devices from scrap materials. His work soon pivoted towards sustainable energy solutions, culminating in the invention of the microsonic energy device in 2009. The microsonic energy device, according to Chikumbutso, harnesses radio frequencies from the atmosphere and converts them into usable electrical energy. This technology, when applied to automobiles, eliminates the need for fossil fuels or rechargeable batteries. Instead, the vehicle continuously draws power from the air, ensuring an unlimited energy supply. The implications of such an invention are monumental. It challenges long-held scientific principles, particularly the first law of thermodynamics, which states that
energy cannot be created or destroyed, only transferred from one form to another. However, these are laws describing closed systems. If you've been following my research, an open system isn't constricted by those laws of energy of conservation when you're considering the interactions with the aether and the input that you can get via the use of back EMF capture. So those are just some cool science updates, some technology coming out of Africa that you want to keep an eye out for and maybe do some research on. Regarding the exploration of cold fusion, the scientific community continues to debate the viability of cold fusion, also known as low-energy nuclear reactions, but it is gaining traction in mainstream circles. While some researchers advocate for its potential to provide a nearly limitless energy source, others do remain skeptical due to challenges in replicating experimental results. Recent discussions emphasize the need for rigorous scientific investigation and replications to validate LENR as a credible energy source, which is why we want more scientists exploring the fringe realms like this channel does. Well, that's a wrap on tonight's mind-expanding deep dive, ladies and gentlemen. If you made it this far, congratulations. You're officially more informed and possibly more dangerous than 99% of the population, but knowledge is only power if you use it. So don't let this just be another passing thought. Share this, discuss it, challenge it, build on it. That's how revolutions start. We have to support the mission. If you believe in what we're doing here, if you want to help push these suppressed ideas into the mainstream, then consider supporting Beneficence TV on Patreon. Your contributions help keep this research going, help bring new projects to life, and ensure that we can continue to break past the gatekeepers of information. Exclusive content, behind-the-scenes looks, and first access to the latest in breakthroughs of my research is available on Patreon when and where it happens. Also available on my members-only section of YouTube as well. So a big shout out to all my Patreon supporters and YouTube subscribers. You guys are the reason this platform exists. Every like, every comment, every share, it all helps fight back against the suppressions of truth and innovation. We recently reached 80,000 views, and we're close to getting 100,000 views on YouTube. Our merch shop is up and running, and the Lab Kits coil shop will be coming soon. So we want to rep Beneficence TV in style. Merch is on the way. Plus, for those who are ready to get hands-on with free energy research, our Coil Kits lab shop is gearing up to come soon to a store near you. Stay tuned for the drop. And of course, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell, share, and comment. We're not just talking about change here, ladies and gentlemen. We're making it happen. Let's shake the system, let's challenge the narrative, and let's build something better together. See you next time. Benefactor out.
In the depths of hidden files, trapped inside the secret circuits, unraveling through the miles, oh, truth was masked by coded curtains. In it now, we're shattering the silence, feel the power, revelations on the rise. From the shadows, light emerges, breaking through the veils of dark. 0 points and gravity converge, yeah, guiding voices, revelations start. Ancient whispers call, they're begging us to open our eyes. We stand tall, defying all their lies. Even in now, we're shattering the silence, feel the power, revelations on the rise. Forbidden knowledge we dare to see, unveiling secrets, setting minds free. In this epic, we play our part with fierce hearts. In it now, we're shattering the silence, feel the power, revelations on the